Excuse me, we had to record. And so we in NUGS-China, we believe that this team is very timely because as Africa pursues our Agenda 2063 and SDG goals, the question is no longer whether Africa should industrialize, but how. So how can Africa and China work together to advance technology, build local capacity, and also drive inclusive growth? And so, honorable members, over the next 2 days, through paper presentations, panel discussions, the AFBA is going to explore these critical questions over 4 thematic tracks, namely science and engineering, business and management, arts and literary studies, and interdisciplinary research. And in addition to it, we have our Academic Excellence Award, shortened as AEA. And so AEA, from time immemorial, has been a vital pillar in recognizing and celebrating the excellent minds out here in China, excellent Ghanaian minds out here in China. And so we have several categories, including Best Male Researcher, Best Female Researcher, Bachelor Student, Master's, PhD, and all that. And so it is going to be very interesting in case you don't know. So please, we are urging all of you to share the link to your chapters, bring in your executives, your members, your friends in your schools, because AFBA 2026 promises to be interesting. Now, I would like to take this moment to acknowledge our guest speakers, our chairperson, and all the other distinguished guests that have accepted our invitation. And so we have to acknowledge their presence. And so we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Professor Anthony Ewusi, who is the chairman of this conference. In fact, yes, let's see some reaction. Let's see some reaction. Yeah, Professor Anthony Ewusi is the Dean of International Programs at University of Mines and Technology, UMAT, Takwa. Yes, I can see in the chat, Prof, the best geological professor in the world. So that is Professor Anthony Ewusi for you. He is our chairman. And we also have Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi Boa. That is the MP for Elembele in Ghana, and also the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources and the acting Minister of Environment, Science and Technology. So we are honored to have Honorable Minister in our presence. And then also to our plenary speakers, Dr. Suleiman and then Dr. Solomon Adade. We are very grateful for your support from day one. NUGS-China is ever grateful. To our patrons, Dr. Julius, who is currently the president of GUCS, Dr. Baffoe, thank you for your presence. And then all our panelists, we have Dr. Timothy here, Dr. Boaje, Dr. John Ray, and Dr. Ernest. We are so grateful, and our presenters too. So we thank all of you for working tirelessly. And I want to also use this opportunity to thank the Academic Committee of NUGS-China. In fact, they have been very, very tremendous. They've done so well, worked around the clock to make today possible. So we'd like to thank the Academic Committee for a very wonderful work done. And so I would like to end here and encourage all of us that these next 2 days is going to be very educative. So I want all of us to take full advantage of it because we are going to learn over here. So let's make connections. Let's take notes. Our presenters are here. Guest speakers are here. Let's take their contacts and ask questions because these are researches that is going to be presented and we have to get what they are going to talk about. So let's get ready to learn and then also invite our friends. And so once again, I warmly welcome all of us to AFBA and AEA 2026. And I therefore officially declare the session open for a fruitful and engaging deliberation. God bless you all. Honorable Moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for that wonderful speech. But watching me time, so I'll come for it. But it's okay. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. We're happy to start this, and we're happy to have your, permission to go on with this. Thank you so much. And with that said, we'll take the next thing. But before that, please, let's edit our aliases in the meeting and add our chapters. Please add your chapters. If you're in China and you're in any of the chapters, please make sure you edit your name and add the chapters, so we can recognize where you're talking or asking the questions from. With that said, we'll take the introduction of the patron, and this will be given by Honorable Angelina from the Nanjing chapter, and she's the vice president of the Nanjing chapter. Do we have you in the house, Honorable
Yes,
Angelina?
I'm around. Please, can
Thank
you
you
hear me?
very much. The floor is yours. Yes, we can hear you. You have 2 minutes. The floor is yours, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, patrons. Good evening to all executives. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to introduce the patron of today's program. So we have Mr. Benjamin Ohene Kwapon Baffoe. Sorry if I got the name wrong. Doctor of Engineering, who focuses on humanitarian logistics and supply chain management. After completing his Doctor of Engineering with research on technology in disaster relief, he now applies his knowledge in a consulting role at Baffoe Consulting Management Company Limited. Thank you so much for having you today on this program. Thank you. Please, I'm done.
Oh, thank you very much. And to the patron, we are happy to have you here. May God bless you for gracing this occasion. Thank you so much. With that said, we'll take the opening remarks from the patron, Dr. Ben Baffoe. Please, the floor is yours, and you have 8 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really grateful. Thank you so much for the profile reading and adding some touches to it. I'm really grateful. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the leadership of NUGS and for organizing this. With all protocol duly observed, I would like to duly honor the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much for joining us. This is really a very great thing to have a minister joining us to show how important and how the Ghanaian student all over and even in China are trying to also push the agenda of helping push Ghana forward through the little effort that we are doing. I'm super excited also for Professor Ewusi, the chair, coming in to grace and also help to also uplift the students. With all duly present, I apologize if I'm not able to mention your name, your ranks. You are really welcome. Thank you so much. As you're aware, AFBA started 2020 and happened to be one of the chairman, I think the chairman who started it. And with the team that we organized, that it was really a wonderful one. It started from the beginning and it has really grown to now. Before that, I'd like to also acknowledge everyone who have played a role from the first AFBA, second, all the way to now, making sure the fourth has been held and also helping students. I think I heard something from one of the audience earlier on before we started, and he was talking about last year, the advantage he had from participating in AFBA and how it helped him to be able to publish a paper, a good quality paper. And I think that is the essence of AFBA. And AFBA is not only just an agenda. I'm sorry, my son is also. It's only not just an agenda that we took upon ourselves from the beginning till now. The main aim, in addition to what the president said, basically, is that we have many giants among us, and the giants that have led are professors, ministers, ambassadors, business personnel, students. All of them have passed through experiences, have gone through the ups and downs. And through that, they've realized that there's a need to be able to uplift each other, hold each other, help them grow. And one of them is through the essence of conferences and award. And I think that the beginning of it have bear more good fruits. And we've seen that in many people, and they continue to grow. So I'm really excited about what is going to happen this conference and how it's going to impact other people's lives. So thank you so much to the dear participants. I'm so grateful that you took part to present your paper, to share your ideas. Now, what we as a patron, I hope I speak for all the patrons because we have 5 patrons in NUGS. What we hope is that we continue to move it forward. We continue to help each other. We continue to put each other great success so that yes, so that we can. Okay, sorry. Okay, you stay here then. Since he wants to come, let him stay here. And that is the essence of AFBA, right? The future belongs to each and everyone. So he joins me here.
For
So
sure.
you can see him down here. Yeah. So Africa Future Beyond Aid. Please, let's take it serious. And I hope that as we move on, what we are doing is not only just going to be based on panels, it's not only just going to be only idea sharing, but we are going to develop our capabilities for critical thinking and practical application that will have an impact with the stakeholders that we always write in our conclusions. In every paper we try to write, how is it going to have an impact? Policymakers, practitioners. We hope that as we learn from professors like Professor Ewusi, doctors, Professor Selorm, and others that we come to learn from, we'll take that experience, we'll take that practical knowledge that they are going to share and pass on. That we'll be able to also do that and also leave a hallmark for others that will also follow, because that is the essence of what we are all doing. It's not just for us. We want to progress, but we also want to carry people along. But at the end of it all, we'll see a total transformation of not the student body, the individual lives, but a whole generations that will have an impact. Then just like as we see in a flag, the black star of Africa, we hope that we could also make and become that beacon to always be a light others. So without much ado, I wouldn't spend my time, but I would like to also call on, I'd like to know those who came in for the first AFBA and previous. If you participated in the first AFBA previously or second or third, do you mind if you could share some little about sorry. Do you mind if you could share in the comment your thought, how you felt about the previous AFBA? If you can share your thoughts on that, I would really appreciate that. Thank you, buddy.
Sure, we'll have people share that. Please adhere to the request. To the people who participated last year, please make
Let
it a
us hear
point
your
to share
thoughts. Let us hear your thoughts.
your thoughts
Why do you
in the
keep
comment
coming?
section.
And how was it? How was it for you? What benefit did you gain out of it?
Okay, sure. We'll be waiting for you in the comment section. I'll be keeping an eye over there. Thank you very much, on Mr. Baffoe.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that wonderful speech.
Okay. So I'll wrap up.
And
I'll
you
wrap
have
up
a
by
lovely
saying
son.
thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Sure,
And I
sure.
wish
Thank
all
you
of
so
you
much.
all presenters, chairs, leaders, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for pushing the students' agenda and then helping the students grow and become better. We are grateful, and we are always there to support you. Thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Sure, sure. Thank you so much. There is a man among us, the myth, the legend, the man who has taken it upon himself to chair this event. And we are not only lucky to have him, we are blessed to have him in the house. And with that said, we'd like to give him a wonderful introduction. And therefore, we'll take the introduction of the chairperson by Honorable Kaku Dauda Usman, the NUGS Vice President. Please do us the honors. The time is yours, 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Please, am I audible?
Yes, 100.
All right. Without wasting my time, I would like to just go straight to the introduction. To borrow the words of the moderator, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, and participants from the globe. It's my honor and privilege to introduce our chairperson for the conference, Professor Anthony Ewusi, a renowned hydrologist, accomplished academic researcher, consultant, international development expert whose work significantly influenced groundwater exploration, environmental management, sustainable resource development in Ghana and beyond. Professor Ewusi's educational journey reflects a lifelong commitment to excellence. He obtained his Bachelor of Science degree in Geological Engineering from Kwame University of Science and Technology, and later pursued postgraduate studies in Germany, where he earned MSc in Environmental Geology with distinction, and a PhD in groundwater exploration and management, graduating with magna cum laude. With over 2 decades of professional experience, Professor Ewusi has established himself as one of Africa's leading experts in hydrogeology, and applied geophysics. His expertise has contributed to numerous groundwater development, environmental management, and mining projects across Ghana, Sierra Leone, and other parts of West Africa. Notably, he played a significant role in groundwater exploration initiative that supported effort to the eradication of guinea worm diseases in Ghana, and served as the only expert of African descent on the foot and mouth disease barrier site project in United Kingdom. In academia, Professor Ewusi has dedicated his career to the advancement of geosciences education and research at the University of Mines and Technology, that is UMAT, where he has served in various leadership positions, including the head of department, Dean of Faculty of Geoscience and Environmental Studies, Vice Dean of School of Postgraduate Studies, and currently as the Dean of International Program Office. Through these roles, he has championed international collaborations, academic excellence, and global visibility of UMAT. As a researcher, Professor Ewusi has made pioneering contribution to groundwater exploration, hydrogeophysics, water quality assessment, environmental sustainability. His innovative work integrating geophysics techniques, hydrochemical modeling, and machine learning has advanced solutions to some of the most pressing water resources challenges facing developing nations. He has authored and co-authored more than 80 scholarly publications and served as a reviewer for numerous international journals. Professor Ewusi, as a fellow of West Africa Institute of Mining and Metallurgy, and a member of several prestigious professional bodies, including the International Association of Hydrogeologists, the Association of Exploration Geophysics, the International Association for Environmental Hydrology, and the Ghana Institution of Geosciences. Today, as we deliberate on...
You owe me 116 yuan. And I also me refi. Matthew, 808, no, Matthew 116 FM.
Mr. Samuel,
is everything all right?
Please. Yes, thank you very much. Now, the money I'm be doing till the Thank you so much. Please continue.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Today, as we deliberate on the theme, China-Africa collaboration in global instrument, industrialization, and technology advancement, we are privileged to hear from a scholar whose career exemplifies the transformative power of knowledge, innovation, international cooperation, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our chairman, Professor Anthony Ewusi, Dean of International.
Let's show some love in the comment section. Show some love, ladies and gentlemen. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love in the comment section. It's not, we are privileged to have him, so show some love. Thank you so much. Finish up, Mr. Kaku.
So, Professor Anthony Ewusi, please, this is your student. We are privileged to have Professor with us today. The floor is now yours, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you very
much.
Thank
I'm
you so much.
wondering the way you talked about this so much. Some of the things you talked about, I'm not even aware. But thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Maybe it's evening there, but here it's morning. I must say I'm privileged to get this opportunity to speak to you. Today, I'm going to talk about groundwater security and sustainable mining, a hydrogeologist perspective on natural resource governance in Ghana. As you are all aware, groundwater is our backbone. In fact, sometimes I hear people saying that we have a lot of problems with water, but we don't have, because we have a lot of groundwater. And that groundwater we have can be able to sustain us. But the problem is the quality of the groundwater. And that is what we need to protect. Because if we have the groundwater and the quality is bad and we can't use it, then it means that we don't have it at all. And you know, in our country now, because of this small-scale mining, of course, they are documented and then established small-scale mining firms around, and they are doing the right thing. But there are some, which we call the Galamsey people. They don't follow the rules. And so they mine anyhow they want to mine. So that is giving us a very good threat to this, our natural resource, which we might be depending on in the near future. Now, I will talk basically about aquifers. Most of our aquifers in Ghana, aquifers is a body that can host water. So most of the aquifers we have in Ghana are in the basement crystalline rocks. And these are basically shallow, and they basically depend on secondary porosity. When I talk about secondary porosity, I'm looking at, let's say to break it down, we are looking at fractures, maybe weak zones in the rocks where groundwater can accumulate, and then we target these places when we want to explore for groundwater. Now, much as we are looking at the groundwater for sustainable use, we are also looking at vulnerability. When we are doing things that are not normal, that are not good for the environment, they finally end up in the groundwater. So when we destroy the groundwater, it means that we are not going to have some water in the near future. Like I said, our main life depends on groundwater. And so if the groundwater is destroyed, then it means that we will not have access to any water in the future. And then most of the time, where we have very good groundwater, we also have this small-scale mining, illegal small-scale mining guys popping up, because they are basically in areas where we have a lot of rainfall. And when you have a lot of rainfall, it means that we have a good recharge. So those are the areas that we will depend on for our groundwater resource. Now let's look at this model. You see the river there, and then you see the groundwater. Basically, groundwater and surface water are always, every time, they are in constant link. So it means that when you destroy the river bodies, don't think that you're only destroying the river bodies, but you're also destroying the groundwater beneath. So if you look at this picture there, you see the river, the water that is flowing, it comes down, joins the groundwater, and then we can also draw the groundwater and then use it. So it means that much as we think that our surface water bodies are destroyed, we are also gradually destroying the groundwater because anything you do at the top goes to the down. So this is the problem that we have now, because all the groundwater that we have, if we are not careful and we continue destroying the surface water, they are all going to end up in the groundwater systems that we have. I've given you a typical example where you have this, where the river is gaining water from the groundwater. Sometimes groundwater supplies water to the river. And then if you look at the second one, we have a losing stream where water is moving from the stream and then joining the groundwater. So it means that if you are in areas where the surface water has been destroyed, you are likely to have this destroyed surface water coming straight into the groundwater. So that if you think that the surface water is destroyed, so now I'll go and fetch water from groundwater, I'll go and drill boreholes and I use it. You might not be doing the right thing, because what you have destroyed there in the surface water is basically getting into the groundwater. So it's likely that the groundwater is also not potable as you think. Now, I was giving you this to see the country Ghana. You see where we have water. You see the green shows that you have very good groundwater potential. The light green shows you have good. And then the brown, you have moderate. And then the beige, you have poor. So you can see there are so many areas in the country that we have very, 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 very poor groundwater resources. So these areas, it is difficult to get water. So this is just an overview of the hydrogeology. Now, I brought in this for you to see. If you look at water, water is very, very, very essential for us. If you look at this man there, you see that he is drinking 2 glasses of water every day after waking up. And then he's drinking a lot of water 30 minutes before a meal. And then he drinks water before taking his bath. And then he drinks water before going to bed. If you do this practice, you will definitely be a healthy person, because water is very, very, very good for us. And as you know, most of our body is filled with water. So it's good that you practice this. And if you do that, trust me, you are going to live longer and you are going to have a healthy life. Now, this groundwater that I'm talking about has seen a lot of threats. The first one I'll talk about is contamination and acid mine drainage. Basically, when they do your mining, you have a lot of chemicals getting into the environment. And so when these chemicals, they are rains, and then these chemicals are absorbed by the rain, they basically move through to the groundwater, and then they go and destroy our groundwater. And this acid mine drainage, they lower the pH of water. And when the pH of water is lowered, it becomes more acidic. And if it becomes more acidic, then you know that if you drink it, it is not good for you. If you go to Takwa, for instance, where there's a lot of mining going on, and that's where I live, you have some of these metals like arsenic, mercury, manganese, and nickel. Most of these have exceeded their permissible limits. So you might not be very good in drinking this kind of water. But of course, sometimes when you drill the wells, we don't even check to see the quality. Somebody comes to drill a borehole in his house, he won't take the water sample to the lab to see whether all the things are good. Once he gets the water, he's okay, and he feels that the water coming is clear. But that is not what you want. It's not the clear, it's not the turbidity alone. You also need to look at the heavy metals that are inside your water. We have destruction of rich zones. When they do the small-scale illegal mining, they leave the surface and everything they do. So when there's rain, this basically takes the metals and then they go down. once they go down, our groundwater becomes contaminated. I'm just giving you a picture of this. If you look at this picture, the first one is 2017, the second one is 2023. If you look at the top here, that is River Bonsa. Look at 2017. The red is showing you the Galamsey sites. You see, it wasn't so much. See, a lot in 2017, and this is the Bonsa. So you see the Bonsa, there were not so much illegal miners on it. Now, if you come to 2023, look at the rivers. Look at Ankobra. So many people doing Galamsey on it. If you come to the Bonsa, the number of people there has tripled. You see the red. A lot of them. So this is the effect that we are seeing in our surface water bodies. And like I said earlier on, all these things that we see in the surface water bodies are basically going to go down to the groundwater. So they might, if we are not careful, there might be a time that we might not be able to drain the groundwater resources or land in Tapa area. This is along the Bonsa. And you can see me and my students, myself and my students were here taking samples to see what is happening. So you look at the river, all the course that the river passes has been disturbed, and so now this is what is there. And even this, that day, what they saw is they ran away, but we went to security protection. Now you can also look at this. Look at this. The vegetation, everything is destroyed. So if this is how we want to go, then please, life will not be good for us if you have to go this way. Of course, they are now, I've seen an improvement in government trying to monitor to drive them away. But you know, these people are people who like money. So they don't care about what happens to you. They don't care about what happens to anybody. So even though they are pushing, the government is pushing them, they don't even mind risking their lives. And then they go there and keep destroying their land. Now, sometimes you also have this large-scale mining people when they do the watering, because they want to have a dry land to do their mining. They pump all the water from there. And once you pump all the water, you are also trying to destroy the aquifers that we have. Now, the governance is very, very complex. We have established the Water Resources Commission, and then we have the Community Water and Sanitation, and we have the WASANs. All the people in this area, they have these people. But I must say that the power is there. On paper, it is there. But I doubt whether the Water Resources Commission can do this job to drive these Galamsey people away. Now we are lucky we have this NIMOS, which I understand is doing a very good work. And so we hope that at least for some few months now, I've seen an improvement in what they are doing. So we think that when we beef up with NIMOS, we beef up with the Water Resource Commission, there's going to be a good thing. Now, the Water Resource Commission is also having problems because they have a backlog of permits. The permitting is becoming a problem. And then we also need to have, as a country, we need to make it mandatory for anybody going to do small-scale mining to have a hydrogeological risk assessment. When he's able to do that, they will know the situation that we are in before we start the business. So when we are destroying it, we can tell you that you are not doing the right thing by looking at the baseline data that we have. Now, we also have enforcement. If you look at the Community Water and Sanitation and the District Water and Sanitation teams, they lack resources, they lack funding, and these cannot allow them to perform efficiently. And so that is some of the problems that we have. Community Water and Sanitation and District Water teams, if you are going to monitor this, I mean, these Galamsey guys that we see, this small-scale, legal small-scale mining that people that we see, they are people that go to the field and they are armed. So if you have this Community Water and Sanitation, you can't do anything. The power to do is not there. So that is a problem. And they also have lack of resources. They have lack of funding. And then they lack this to effectively monitor the water systems that we have. Now, to balance this, we are looking at the government trying to do an integrated water resources management. We need to plan and we need to balance the water we are going to use for. Because if you go to some other countries, agriculture is heavily dependent on groundwater. And we need to also make it mandatory for everybody to do hydrogeological risk assessments. And we also need to protect our aquifer. We need to have zones around our aquifers. The problem now is that we don't even have the aquifers on hand. So I am suggesting that National Service, things like National Service, we could drop most of these geological engineers. They go and they map the aquifers in the various towns. We have a map so that we know that this is a good aquifer, this is an aquifer, this is an aquifer. So that when we are doing our jobs, we can know what to do. Otherwise, if we destroy these aquifers, the time will come that we will not have access to these waters. So we need to do a geological survey. We need to do an aquifer survey. We need to do an aquifer monitoring program. And we can use the National Service people. If we have good protection, they can, but of course, if you just throw these National Service people to go and do this without protection, I'm sure they can't do anything because the Galamsey guys that we see are very, very troublesome. So like I said, before we can tackle this, we basically need to understand the hydrogeology system of the country. And we need to do aquifer mapping. And we also need to do groundwater quantity assessments. We need to know how much groundwater we have and how much it is recharged. Recharge is very, very important. While I live in Takwa, we don't have any problem with recharge because it's always raining. In fact, when I went to Takwa in 2007, every 2 o'clock there was rain. So the recharge was not a problem. So these are some of the problems. We also need to do a lot of groundwater level monitoring. We need to track the changes that happens in the areas. We need to look at groundwater quality monitoring. We need to analyze water samples to determine their chemical and physical characteristics, and to know the contaminants. And we can use statistical methods to do and predict and project how our groundwater is going to be like in the next 10 years, the next 5 years. So these are some of the things that we need to do to make groundwater very sustainable. We also need to track contaminant transport. We need to know how contaminants travel, and we need to develop strategies for prevention. And then above all, we need to do a groundwater management. We need to do groundwater management. We need to look at regulations well, and after the regulations, they are there, but enforcement is the problem. And after we have done all this thing, we need to do a health risk assessment. We need to evaluate the potential health risks associated with groundwater contamination, and then we inform the public. I'm sure when you try to do all these things, the public will understand, and the public might see that if you are doing something that is detrimental to the health of groundwater, they might report you. So basically, these are some of the things that we need to do. And this is my normal. If you call me, we can have a discussion on it. But for now, I think that I have to speak within time, and I've been within my time. So thank you very, very much. Thank you.
That was our chairperson. Thank you so much. We are very happy to hear that wonderful presentation. As above is below. Let's take care of our waters and let's drink a lot of water. As our chairperson says, it will make us healthy and give us long life as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening. In fact, show some love. I'm looking at the comment section. I'm not seeing the love, ladies and gentlemen. Show some love. Show some love. A round of applause for him. He did a wonderful job. Thank you so much, Doctor. We are really grateful. With that said, we're supposed to have a musical interlude. DJ, are you around? Or should we skip that to the next agenda? DJ, what do you have for us? Looks like the DJ is taking a rest. All right, so with 3 minutes, we'll do the introduction of the first guest speaker, and that will be done by Honorable Emanuela Anchil. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. And this will be for 3 minutes. She's from the Nangchang chapter. DJ. Okay, so let's call upon Honorable Emanuela to give us the introduction of the first guest speaker. DJ, if you are available and you would like to give us the interlude, we'll take it. But if you are not, please let us know.
Hey, yo, DJ chillin'. Drop.
All right, thank you so much. Honorable Chairperson, could we please get your PPT for that presentation? We have people in the comment section asking for it. I can see people are really interested in the water project and all that. So please, if it's possible, you can share with us your PPT for the presentation. Thank you very much. With that said, do we have Honorable Emanuela in the house from the Nangchang chapter? Please, are you available?
Yes.
Thank you so much. The
Please, I'm
floor is
available.
yours. You have 3 minutes to introduce the first guest speaker. The floor is yours.
All right. Good evening, distinguished guests, honorables, executives, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to introduce our very first guest speaker, Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boah. Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boah is the current and fifth-term member of Parliament for the Elembele constituency in the Western region of Ghana, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, and the Acting Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. He acquired a Bachelor of Arts degree in in Social Science, majoring in Law at the Kwame University of Science and Technology, a Master of Science degree in Management and University of Maryland, USA, Graduate Diploma in Law, University of Law, UK, Solicitor and Professional Legal Practitioner for England and Wales, and currently doing his PhD in Governance and Public Policy, University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. He has served his country in various capacities, first as Deputy Minister of Energy from 2000 to 2012. He was later elevated by President John Dramani Mahama in 2013 to lead Ghana's energy sector as the Minister of Energy and Petroleum. Also, he was the Deputy Minority Leader from 2023 to 2025 and Deputy Majority Leader from January 6th to January 23rd, 2025. During his tenure of over 7 years in the energy sector,
We
Emmanuel
lost you there, Miss
remarkable
Emanuela.
successes. Key amongst them include... Sorry.
Seems like we lost you there. Okay, please go on.
All right. During his tenure of over 7 years in the energy sector, Emmanuel chalked up remarkable successes. Key amongst them include guiding Ghana's entry into oil and gas production with the record first oil from the Jubilee Field Partners, negotiating key petroleum agreements, and spearheading the formulation of key policies, laws, and regulations such as the Local Content and Local Participation Regulations, L1-2204, Petroleum Commission Act 2011, Petroleum Exploration and Production Act 2016, Petroleum Revenue Management Act 815-2011, Renewable Energy Act, Fuel Marking L1, the establishment of the Ghana Gas Company and the setting up of the gas processing plant at Atuabo, and also led Ghana into the gas era by negotiating the biggest non-associated gas project in Africa. He was the key architect of the implementation of downstream price deregulation, which led to liberalization in Ghana's downstream petroleum sector. Emmanuel has also been credited for his involvement in the fight against climate change through his consistent advocacy across numerous platforms and his support for clean energy. As Deputy Energy Minister, he was a principal actor in the passage of Ghana's Renewable Energy Act 2011. He consistently backed the use of cleaner, healthier and safer cooking fuels, such as liquefied petroleum gas, in low-access communities in Ghana to replace wood fuels and their associated challenges under the Rural LPG Promotion Program. Under his tenure as Member of Parliament for Elembele constituency, many parts of the area has witnessed massive development. For instance, in 2010, he established a mobile clinic to improve healthcare services in the constituency, especially in hard-to-reach communities, saving the lives of thousands of people. He established the award-winning Elderly Care Center in 2014 to meet the needs of the elderly. Furthermore, in 2020, he responded to the COVID-19 crisis by establishing a food bank to support the poor and needy. Emmanuel has also played very important leadership roles in Parliament. He has served as the ranking member on the Energy and Mines Committee. As a ranking member with Trade on the Industry and Tourism Committee, he was a leading voice in discussion that led to establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area, headquartered in Accra, Ghana. Emmanuel has represented the Republic of Ghana in numerous international engagements to discuss key global issues in energy, oil and gas, trade and industry, etc. He has also won various national and international awards, including Local Content Champion in 2015, the Energy Policy Award from the Energy and Corporate Africa Organization in 2010, the Leadership Award from the Enzima Association USA Canada in 2004, and the Development Champion Award from the Chiefs and People of Enzima in 2015. Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boah is married to his adorable wife Joyce, and they are proud parents of 2 children, Benny and Bethany. Please let's welcome our first guest speaker, Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boah. Thank you.
Show some love, ladies and gentlemen. Show some love. We are witnessing greatness. Such a wonderful man. Imagine all he has done for the country and his people of the Elembele Constitution. It's just amazing, guys. Please show some love. I want to see you guys show your appreciation in the comment section. Thank you so much. The man is a negotiator, an establisher, a minister, a local champion, and a champion abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let's welcome Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi to give us the guest speaker's speech. 10 minutes. The time is yours. And Honorable, thank you so much for having you. The floor is yours. Calling upon Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boah, the MP for Elembele constituency, Minister for the Land and Natural Resources, and Acting Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Please, you are invited to give us the guest speaker's speech now, and the floor is yours. Thank you so much. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome, sir.
Yes, good morning to you all from Accra, Ghana.
Greetings received.
Yeah. I bring you, first of all, my name is Kwame Anhumah. I'm Acting Director of Mines at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. I bring you greetings from the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boah, MP Elembele, who also doubles as the Acting Minister for the Ministry for Environment, Science and Technology. He personally looked forward to gracing the conference through this medium, but regrettably is unable to join in today as he has to attend to an equally important matters of national interest. He sincerely apologizes for his absence and wishes to assure you that his inability to join the conference in no way diminishes the significance he attaches to it. He has asked that I convey his unreserved support for the conference and to deliver his address on his behalf.
Before you move on, sir, would you like to share your screen? If you would like to share your screen, we can do that for you, sir.
I'm not reading from the screen anyway.
Okay, thank you so much. That's okay.
So now the address of the Honourable Minister. Mr. Chairman, Professor Anthony Ewusi, the President of the National Union of Ghana Students, China, Honorable Moses Baidoo, the Vice President of the National Union of Ghana Students, China, Honorable Kaku Dawuda Osman, the Secretary General, Ms. Janet Kobana.
So I think what we should do is
Sorry, can I go ahead?
Yes, sir. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
Faculty, researchers, and students from across Africa and China, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As an annual event dedicated to serving as a dynamic forum that brings together researchers across various disciplines to deliberate on pressing global and regional issues, the Africa Future Beyond AIDS International Conference has provided a platform for industry practitioners, academia, policymakers, and thought leaders to explore and propose practical solutions and actionable strategies that is capable of moving Africa away from aid dependence towards self-determined development. It has indeed lived up to its purpose and mission since its inception 6 years ago, having grown into a significant platform for scholarly dialogue on Africa's development trajectory. And I am very much honored to address the 7th edition. Let me from the outset commend the NUGS-China and its vibrant community of Ghanaian scholars in the People's Republic of China for sustaining this remarkable and impactful initiative, which represent far more than an academic gathering. It is a powerful testament to the enduring ambition, intellectual curiosity, and patriotic commitment of Ghanaian youth across the globe. By creating a platform that encourages critical reflection, informed dialogue, and innovative thinking on Africa's development trajectory, you are demonstrating that distance from home need not diminish one's contribution to national progress. Distinguished guests, we are gathered at a profound historical crossroads. 2026 marks exactly 70 years since democratic relations were first forged between China and African nations. And for 7 decades, this partnership has evolved from political solidarity to massive infrastructure development. But today, the ground beneath us is shifting. The theme of this conference, China-African collaboration in global industrialization and technology advancements, signals that we are no longer just building roads and bridges. We are building the digital networks, automated factories, and green energy grids of tomorrow. For too long, global trade patterns relegated Africa to a supplier of raw materials. That era is ending. Through strategic partnership, we are actively shifting the paradigm from resource extraction to local value addition. As you are all aware, Africa is home to the youngest demographic on Earth and to a vast majority of the world's mineral resources. By combining this natural capital with China's breakthrough advancement in new quality productive forces, we are not just participating in the 4th industrial revolution, we are actively shaping it. We are leapfrogging legacy systems through artificial intelligence, smart agriculture, and localized manufacturing hubs through initiatives like the Luban workshops operated in over a dozen African nations, including Egypt, Kenya, South Africa, and Ethiopia, by Chinese academic institutions. We are training local youth directly on cutting-edge equipment in industrial robotics, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and automated rail transit. This creates an immediate, highly skilled workforce ready to operate modern, high-tech manufacturing plants locally. The theme chosen for my address, strengthening Ghana's natural resource governance, combating illegal mining, advancing land and environmental sustainability, and building indigenous capacity for operational excellence, equally aligns with this paradigm and speak directly to the core mandate of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and to some of the most pressing issues confronting our nation today. It also reflects challenges that are not only economic and environmental in nature, but are also fundamentally tied to our national identity, intergenerational equity, and long-term development aspirations. What makes it more significant is that today, the 5th of June, is World Environment Day, and it coincides by most fitting design with the official launch of the Government of Ghana's 2026 Tree for Life initiative, a national program designed to restore landscapes degraded by illegal mining. The conference being held on this very day with the chosen theme is not lost on us. It is, I would say, most appropriate and deeply symbolic. Distinguished guests, Ghana is a nation richly endowed with diverse mineral resources, including gold, bauxite, manganese, diamond, lithium, iron ore, base metals, and industrial minerals. These resources have attracted investors from around the world and remain a cornerstone of our national economy, with gold in particular serving as a key driver of foreign exchange earnings, employment, government revenue, and obtaining macroeconomic stability and attracting major international mining conglomerates such as China's Zijin, Shandong Gold, and Xinfeng, among others. Today, Ghana remains Africa's leading gold producer and ranks among the world's foremost gold-producing nations, a legacy stretching back centuries to the era of the Gold Coast. Yet, with such abundance comes profound responsibility. The challenge before us is not merely to extract our natural resources, but to govern them wisely, sustainably, and in a manner that delivers lasting benefits to present and future generations. The stakes have never been higher. The decisions we make today regarding resource governance, environmental stewardship, and local capacity development will determine whether our natural wealth becomes a catalyst for broad-based prosperity or a source of enduring challenge. Today, however, our ambitions go beyond maintaining this position. Our goal is to redefine what success in mining really means. We are moving from a resource-rich economy to a value-driven mining economy in which success we measure not only by what we extract, but how mining supports industrialization, create jobs, expand local participation, and improve the lives of our citizens, all anchored within environmental, social governance standards. At the center of this transformation is a bold program of policies and institutional reforms which are being championed in the sector. Through broad-based consultations, stakeholder consultations, we are overhauling our regulatory and legal frameworks to reflect emerging realities, including evolving ESG standards, technological change, and the need for inclusive growth. Our objective is clear: to maintain investor confidence while ensuring that mining contributes more directly to national development. We are improving efficiency and transparency through the digitization and harmonization of licensing and permitting systems across our regulatory bodies. This is expected to reduce turnaround time, strengthen accountability, foster compliance, and provide investors with greater predictability and certainty. We are leveraging real-time tracking technology to monitor all mining and earth-moving equipment, enabling swift detection of unauthorized activity, protecting forest reserves and water bodies, and holding operators accountable to Ghana's environmental standards. Ghana is taking deliberate steps to transform its mining sector across the full value chain. While upstream activities like exploration, extraction, and production have long been our foundation, we are not investing heavily in downstream activities, including refining, processing, and industrial application, to ensure that greater value from our mineral wealth is captured and retained within the national economy. Central to this effort is the Ghana Integrated Aluminum Development Corporation, which is driving the end-to-end development of Ghana's integrated aluminum industry, from bauxite mining through aluminum refining to aluminum smelting. GID's mandate is to ensure that Ghana no longer exports raw bauxite while importing finished aluminum products, but instead builds a vertically integrated industry that generates jobs, attracts investment, and anchors industrial growth at home. Equally significant is the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation, which is also spearheading the development of a domestic iron and steel industry anchored on Ghana's iron ore deposits by transforming locally mined ore into steel for construction, manufacturing, infrastructure development. GISDEC positions Ghana to reduce costly imports dependence and capture far greater industrial value from resources that have long been underutilized. On the emerging minerals front, Ghana is moving with purpose on lithium beneficiation. As global demand for lithium, a critical input for batteries and clean energy technologies, continues to surge, Ghana is committed to ensuring that its lithium resources are not simply extracted and exported as raw material. We are pursuing policies and partnerships that support in-country processing so that Ghana participates meaningfully in the battery value chain and the broader green energy economy, rather than remaining a supplier of unprocessed ore to industries located elsewhere. These reforms are guided by a simple but powerful principle. Responsible mining is not a constraint on growth. It is the foundation of sustainable competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, no conversation about Ghana's mining transformation is complete without confronting one of the most damaging challenges threatening our sector's integrity and future, illegal mining. The consequences are well known. Degraded farmlands, poisoned waterways, destroyed forest cover, lost revenue, and communities left worse off despite sitting atop significant mineral wealth. This is not acceptable, and this government is acting decisively to change it. Through stronger enforcement, improved monitoring, and targeted institutional reforms, including the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, the Cooperative Mining and Skill Development Program, and the Ghana Gold Board, we are working systematically to sanitize the sector, restore its integrity, protect the environment, and ensure that mining serves the national interest rather than undermining it. While NIMOS provide the enforcement backbone, coordinating interagency operations to detect, disrupt, and prosecute illegal mining activity, our concept complement this by channeling illegal small-scale miners into structured, community-based frameworks where their activities can be supported, monitored, and made productive. The Gold Board closes the trading loop, ensuring that gold, once mined, enters a transparent, traceable, and accountable system rather than disappearing through illicit channels. But enforcement alone is not enough. We are investing in remediation through the Tree for Life initiative, which the Honorable Minister launched today. Reclamation and reforestation interventions are underway across degraded forest landscapes. We have to date deployed over 2,000 water guards on critical water bodies to protect our rivers, while restoration work proceeds. The restoration of polluted water bodies is a generational responsibility, and we are meeting it with urgency. Ladies and gentlemen, we recognize that for many Ghanaians, illegal mining is a livelihood of last resort. Criminalization alone will therefore not solve the problem. That is why, besides establishing responsible cooperative mining programs at the community level, with proper oversight, technology, and guidance for sustainable mining practices to benefit communities without destroying the environment, We are providing other livelihood options through skills development programs for those who wish to pursue legitimate and fulfilling livelihoods beyond mining. Providing them training in vocational trades, molding agriculture, small business development, and emerging industries, so that economic opportunity is never again an excuse for the destruction of our lands, rivers, and forests. The goal is a sector in which every miner, large or small, operates within a framework that is legal, safe, environmentally responsible, and economically rewarding. That is the standard we are building toward. In conclusion, I want to close with a direct message to every young Ghanaian scholar participating in this conference today. You are not spectators. You are Ghana's most valuable resource, more precious than gold, more critical than bauxite, more strategic than lithium. The knowledge you are acquiring, the networks we are building, and the ideas you are exchanging in China today will be the bedrock upon which Ghana's next chapter is written. We need you to come home with skills in environmental science, geological engineering, data analytics, public policy, and mineral economics. We need you to challenge the orthodoxies, question the status quo, and bring innovative, homegrown solutions to the table. We need your voices at our stakeholder engagements, your expertise in our regulatory bodies, and your entrepreneurial energy in our community mining programs. Ghana is not waiting for external observation. Ghana is building itself, and you are central to that project. To our partners, I wish to say this: the China-African collaboration is not a one-way street. It is a shared global blueprint for the global South. As we deliberate over the next few days, let us focus on concrete actions that convert technology into local jobs, raw materials into finished goods, and shared visions into permanent prosperity. I wish NUGS-China and all participants a most productive and inspiring conference. May the ideas that flow from this gathering in Xi'an reach back across the oceans and help transform the lands and waters and lives of our people at home. God bless you all. God bless the Republic of Ghana. God bless the Republic of China. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. That was a wonderful speech right there. God bless you for showing up, and God bless you for delivering such a wonderful presentation. Let's show some love, ladies and gentlemen, in the comment section. Please, let's show some love. That was smooth. That was amazing, and that was wonderful to listen to. God bless you, and I'm hoping that Honorable will get to know that you did a wonderful job delivering the message. Thank you so much. God bless you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. We are so happy to have you, sir. Okay, so that was it there, and we are so happy to have the speech. But with that said, we want to give a citation. So presentation of citation, and we'll call upon Honorable Frederick Ni Ofoe Bruce, the AC organizer, to give us the presentation of this citation. If you're available, please unmute your mic and let's carry on. The floor is yours. Please check your microphone as we can't hear you. I don't know if you've started. Honorable Frederick Ni Bruce, please, are you in the house? Okay, we'll call upon the Kaku, the NEC Vice President, to do us the honest. Please, 3 minutes. The floor is yours. Please unmute your mic. We can't hear you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator.
You're welcome.
Can you please zoom in a bit for me? The host. All right, thank you. Citation of honor. That is the 7th African Future Beyond Aid AFBA International Conference, presented to Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and the Acting Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. In recognition of his distinguished contribution as a special guest speaker at the 7th Africa Forum, the Africa Future Beyond Aid International Conference held on the 5th and 6th day of June 2026. As a special guest speaker, Honorable Boa brought valuable practical wisdom from the forefront of Ghana's natural resource governance. He delivered a compelling address on strengthening Ghana's natural resource governance, combating illegal mining, advancing land and environmental sustainability, and building indigenous capacity for operational excellence. His insight on the fight against galamsey, the enforcement of regulatory standards, and the empowerment of indigenous companies resonated deeply with the conference theme, China-Africa Collaboration in Global Industrialization and Technology Advancement. His address equipped Ghanaians and African students in China with a clear understanding of how responsible natural resource management must underpin Africa's future beyond aid. Honorable Boa's commitment to sustainable development and operational excellence embodies the highest value of public service and continental development that the Union upholds, issued on the 5th day of June 2026 and signed by the President of NUGS-China and the Academic Committee Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. That was Kaku, the NEC Vice President. That was a wonderful presentation of citation. And that was a citation to Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation as well. We are glad to have you. For the reception of citation, shall we call upon Honorable Kwame to do that for us, if that is possible? Thank you.
Thank you, for the MC. Well, so well received. The certificate well received on behalf of the Honourable Minister, and I wish to express his gratitude to you for this high recognition and acknowledgements. I will convey the citation to him, and I hope he will link up with you later and express his personal appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we're also very happy to have you here, sir. You did a wonderful presentation you did the job on the speech, and that was smooth. That was amazing. Thank you so much. And may God bless you as well. You're welcome. All right. Without much ado, we would like to do the introduction of the first plenary speaker. And we'll do that by calling upon Honorable Mercy, the lady herself from Beijing chapter, the president of the Beijing chapter. Please do us the honors. The floor is yours. You have 2 minutes. The time starts now.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity. Please, can I be heard?
100, clear, loud.
All right, okay. So I'd like to give the introduction for the first plenary speaker in the person of Mr. Solomon Yao-Selorm Adade, PhD, an associate professor at the School of Marine Food and Bioengineering. Professor Selorm Yao-Selorm Adade is a Ghanaian food scientist and associate professor at the College of Ocean Food and Biological Engineering, Jimel University, China. Originally trained as a clinical dietitian at the University of Ghana, he served as head of the dietetic unit at Ho Teaching Hospital before moving to China in 2019. He later pursued a PhD in food science and engineering at Jiangsu University, China. During his time at Jiangsu University, Professor Adade also served as managing director of the China-Africa Relationship think tank. Between 2020 and 2022, he held the positions of Chapter General Secretary and National Secretary General of the National Union of Ghana Students in China, NUGS-China. Audience, I present to you your first plenary speaker, Mr. Solomon Yao-Selorm Adade, PhD. Mr. Solomon, I present to you your audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Show some love as he mounts the platform. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I'm sure he's honored as well because we are very honored to have him here. He's a dietitian and associate professor, Mr. Yao-Selorm Adade, PhD, associate professor, School of Marine Food and Bioengineering. Thank you so much. We would like to give you 10 minutes to give us the plenary speaker presentation. If you're available, please unmute your mic and the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kinzel.
You're welcome, sir.
You're doing a great job.
Service to the nation. Service to the nation.
Great. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, please. Crisp, clear.
Good evening, distinguished guests, respected academics, colleagues, practitioners, and dear students. My name is Yao-Selorm Adade, and I'm honored to speak at the 7th AFBA International Conference. About 3 years ago, I was one of the people who helped in organizing this conference when I was serving as the Secretary General of NUGS-China. So I'll go straight into the business of the day. The theme of this conference, as was made known to all of us, is China-Africa collaboration in global industrialization and technology advancement. And my presentation speaks directly to that theme. Today, I will speak on how food safety and artificial intelligence can move Africa from detection to development and support its future beyond aid. Through my own journey and research in multi-sensor food testing, I want to show how China-Africa scientific collaboration can help solve real food problems, strengthen industrial capacity.
We lost you there, sir. Something might have gone wrong. DJ, give us an interlude as we wait for him. Are you here, DJ? DJ on standby. Could you give us a short interlude as we wait?
Hello, Mr. MC. Can you hear me?
Sure, I can hear you now. Can we please see your face, please? I mean, can you please open the camera? Are we honored to see your face?
My internet is trying to play wayo with me. But,
okay, no problem. But I know you will fight that. You will fight that.
I've switched to the next device. Let me try and share my screen from here. Let me try again. Let's see.
No problem.
Okay. Please, where did you lose me?
We lost you just few seconds ago. I mean, just continue from where you started.
So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see the screen. Crisp, clear. You were talking about you were discussing. Okay.
Today I will speak on how food safety and artificial intelligence can move Africa from detection to development and support its future beyond aid. Through my own journey and research in multi-sensor food testing, I want to show how China-Africa scientific collaboration can help solve real food problems, strengthen industrial capacity, and support Africa's development.
Mr. Hello, are you here, Mr. Selom?
Yes,
We lost you again.
yes, sorry.
No problem.
Okay, please, can you see my second screen? Okay, great.
Yes, we can.
So, sorry about the hiccup. Before going
problem.
into the science, let me begin with my journey. So I started as a clinical dietitian in Ghana, working in patient care nutrition. When I came to China for my PhD, my research direction changed unexpectedly. Like many of us on the call, we wanted to do something, but when we got to China, I realized that things are some way somehow done differently here. So I wanted to pursue my PhD in maternal nutrition and child nutrition, but I got here and I realized that my supervisor's research direction is completely different from what I wanted to do. So I had to start in a different field. So I started with food science, spectroscopy, sensors, and machine learning. At the beginning, I was asked what I wanted to do for my PhD thesis. There were several techniques I could explore, including CERS, NIR, spectroscopy, hyperspectral imaging, and other non-destructive methods. But before choosing the technique, I first needed to choose a food matrix. So a senior colleague, a Ghanaian senior colleague, advised me to select something that's relevant to Ghana and the global economy. So I settled on palm oil, because palm oil is a very important food to the Ghanaian economy and to all of us. And my mother used to produce palm oil when I was just a little boy. So it stuck with me that now that I have the opportunity to do something that would help improve the quality of palm oil, I will focus on palm oil and do it. I presented to my supervisors and they accepted it. So today I will delve more into food safety. So usually when we hear about food safety, we always think about it's just a health issue. But I want to tell you today that it is also a developmental issue, because unsafe food affects health, productivity, confidence, and trade. It weakens local brands and makes it difficult for products to enter premium markets. So as you can see on the screen, the WHO in 2024 has reported that 600 million people fell ill from unsafe food every year. About 420,000 of those people die, and 14% of the foods that are lost as a result of poor handling or post-harvest losses is from 40% of food produced are lost before they even get to the retail market for people to buy. So when we discuss food safety, we are also discussing issues of health, issues of productivity, industrialization, market access, and sustainable development. This is why food safety fits strongly into the conference theme. It is a space where science and technology can directly support Africa's development. So one of Africa's hidden trade barriers is unsafe food and unverified food. A product may look good, smell good, but if it contains contaminants above regulatory limits, it can be rejected at the border. And studies have shown that the continent loses up to 1.3 billion tons of food annually to safety rejections. And these are largely due to invisible chemicals that we can't see, chemicals that we have no idea if they are there or not. So when foods are rejected, the impact does not stop with the exporter. It affects processors, traders, farmers, and the reputation of African products. This is why food safety verification is important for industrialization. Without trust in the product quality, trade cannot grow. So for me, the issue about food safety became personal when it comes to palm oil, especially because palm oil is part of our food culture, it's part of our economy,
and it's a very important commodity in the West African sub-region because it can hide a lot of chemicals and a lot of adulterants that consumer cannot see. I remember looking at a vial in the laboratory and thinking that someone in Ghana could be cooking with a similar oil without knowing whether it is safe or not. That moment changed how I saw my research. It was not only about laboratory analysis, it was about people, markets, and development. The challenge with palm oil is that the danger is not always visible. Contaminants such as Sudan dyes. Recently was reported that some market women use Sudan dyes to improve the color of Sudan dye, and they were caught. These chemicals are very dangerous. While they are producing the palm oil, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons enter, aflatoxins enter, and these chemicals are very dangerous. Whether the palm oil is attractive or not, when we eat it, it becomes dangerous to our health. And these problems create a lot of developmental issues for all of us. The consumers are not spared, the traders are not spared, regulators and exporters are all not spared, because when the food gets to the European market and they detected any of these chemicals above the limit, they are rejected. Sometimes when they are rejected, you either pay for it to be destroyed there or you pay to be sent back home. And most of the time, people pay to be sent back home. And when it comes back home, it is sold in a local market, and that becomes a huge problem for our health and safety. So the question becomes this: how do we detect what the eye cannot see? This is where food testing technologies become very important. How do we do this and do it very fast? Many countries already have food safety standards, and Ghana has an incredible food safety standard. The real challenge is practical verification. How do we implement these standards? Can we test quickly? Can we test affordably? Can we test at markets, factories, and borders? Without verification, tools, standards remain on paper. This is where technology becomes central. We need tools that can move from food safety, food safety from paper-based compliance to real evidence. We've all heard of AFBA. It was launched in Ghana, and everybody was excited about this. Great speeches were made, and we all happy about how AFBA is going to create a major opportunity for African trade. But the trade depends on trust. And in food systems, trust depends on safety. If products are not properly verified, unsafe goods can move across markets and damage the confidence in African products. For AFTA to succeed, food safety verification must become a part of Africa's trade infrastructure. Safety is therefore not a side issue. It is part of the pathway from trade promise to prosperity. Now, I would want to introduce you to my research work. So we are trying to develop a new technology that will fast track the rate at which we test our foods, so that we don't limit the testing of our foods to big laboratories and centralized locations, and we don't limit them to only big machines. So one approach is spectroscopy. I describe it as a fingerprint scanner for food. So as you can see on the slide, we use light. We direct light at a food sample. The sample interacts with the light and produces a spectral signature. That spectral signature is unique to the food that the light was incident on. That signature tells us something about what is inside the food. Unfortunately, that signature is so complex for us to use our naked eye to decipher what is in there. So we need a tool that can be able to decode the message in there. That is where artificial intelligence, machine learning comes into play. We use that artificial intelligence, machine learning to train algorithms to recognize these patterns and quickly identify contaminants. This is how food safety, photonics, and artificial intelligence come together to help us improve the safety of our food. So we want to move away from, like I said, we want to move away from the traditional lab testing. Moving away does not mean that abandoning it. It's still important, but we want to speed up things. We want to do things at the market level, at the border level, and not wait for days to get results. So when countries invest in scientific verification, invest in spectroscopy, the benefits multiply. Better detection reduces losses, better safety protects consumers, better verification improves trade confidence, and better trade supports agro-industrialization. Over time, this creates demand for more technology, more skilled people, and stronger innovation systems. This is how food safety science becomes part of industrial and technical advancement. So, with this slide, you see that we have 4 stages. There's dependency, infrastructure, co-creation, and scientific sovereignty. Our aim is to get to scientific sovereignty. Our aim is to be able to do everything by ourselves. But we started from dependency, where we got scholarships and basic training abroad, like most of us are studying in China. And after that, we get jobs here. So it's our aim that we want to establish joint laboratories in Africa. But we have to move beyond that to co-creation. And in co-creation, we develop solutions together. We don't depend on one person telling us what to do and what not to do. And then when it comes to sovereignty, which I'll discuss later, we are free to develop our own devices and free to use them anyhow we want to use them. So technology transfer is useful. You study in China, you get a knowledge, you send it back home, you implement it. It's very useful, but that is not enough. If technology is simply imported, it may not fit the African conditions. If you just learn things the way Chinese do their things and you send it home, it might not work back home. So, because sometimes what you have learned here, the equipment you have bought from here, you are sending home, may be too expensive, may be too complex or disconnected from local realities. So co-creation is something that we are driving at to solve our problems for now, whilst we strive at scientific sovereignty. So African researchers bring local context and real problems. Chinese partners bring strong scientific and technological infrastructure. Together, these strengths can produce technologies that work in African farms, markets, factories, laboratories, and ports. Now, using myself as an example, my career as an example, this is the kind of collaboration that we need. Through my PhD,
please
training
mute your
in
mic.
China.
Okay, thank you.
Through my PhD training in China, I gained access to advanced instruments and scientific expertise. Through my postdoctoral and faculty work, I developed independence as a researcher. But I remain connected to African problems. I still work on my palm oil because it's very dear to my heart. I did not become detached from my continent. I became a globally trained Ghanaian scientist working on challenges that matter to Africa and to the world. This is why China-Africa collaboration is not abstract to me. It has shaped my scientific identity. Now, I want to illustrate a very classic example of co-creation coming from my university together with 2 other institutions in China, University of Cape Coast and Accra Technical University. Just this year, with the help of the embassy, the Ghana embassy in China, we were able to secure a 2 million grant between these 5 institutions, 3 from China and 2 from Ghana. I happen to be part of the team coming from GMA University. The objective of this joint lab is to develop intelligent monitoring, custom sensing devices, and early warning systems for pests and moles in our grains, maize, rice, sorghum, etc. So this is not just to do experiment, get results, and publish. This work is supposed to produce real solutions to our local problem. So nobody is sitting in China and devising solutions for our problem. We are going to Ghana to work with the Ghanaian professors to develop local solutions for our local problems. And I would say that this money is not just an aid. It's a shared investment in scientific capacity, technology development, and practical solutions. African Beyond Aid requires more than political slogans. We've heard enough. We've heard it so many times. People say we want Ghana Beyond Aid. We've heard a lot of things, but it goes way beyond that. It requires scientific capacity, scientific sovereignty. As I said earlier, it means that we can detect hazards, assure quality, protect consumers, and support exporters with our own systems. Without this capacity, we remain dependent on other people's standards and markets. With this capacity, African products can compete with confidence, and science can support economic dignity. As I bring my presentation to a close, I would want to give you, all of us here, an invitation, every group on this call. So to the students, I invite you to build careers in food safety, food system, photonics, and data analytics, and sustainable development. These are not separate fields. They are connected areas that will shape the future of food, health, and trade. To policymakers, I'm grateful that the rep of our honorable minister is here. Fund food safety systems as national infrastructure, laboratories, inspection systems, digital tools, and trained personnel are not luxuries. They are essential for development. To investors, turn laboratories into engines of local problem solving. Research should not end in publications alone. It should produce tools, the technologies, policies, enterprises, and trained graduates. If there's one idea I want you to remember as you leave this conference, is this: without food safety, there is no food security. Without food security, there is no industrial takeoff. Food safety is not a small technical detail. It is part of the foundation of development. It protects the consumer. It supports the farmer. It strengthens the producer. It gives confidence to the exporter. It protects the reputation of the nation. And most importantly, it gives Africa the ability to move from commodity dependence to value-added industrial transformation. Africa's journey beyond aid requires scientific sovereignty in the most fundamental human need, that is food. As I conclude, I want to return to where I began. My journey started in a hospital in Ghana, moved to laboratories in China. It now stands at the intersection of safety, artificial intelligence, and African development. What I have learned is that science becomes most powerful when it solves real problems for real people. The vial of palm oil in the laboratory was never just a sample. It represented a mother cooking for her family, a trader trying to earn a living, a regulator trying to protect the public, and a continent trying to industrialize with dignity. So I leave you with this message. African Beyond Aid will not be built by only speeches, policies, or slogans. It will be built by people who can detect hidden risks, generate evidence, protect communities, and transform scientific knowledge into an enterprise. Thank you so much. Akpenami.
Kwame says, Mr. Selom, thank you so much for coming, Dr. A PhD Associate Professor, School of Marine Food and Bioengineering. He says, if there is no food safety, there is no safety. Definitely. And thank you so much. Show some love, ladies and gentlemen. Show some love. That was really, really wonderful. May God bless you. And I'm sure all of us are taking notes. I see Honorable also taking notes. And we hope that whatever you have talked about will be taken into consideration with regards to food safety. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. And with that said, we'll call upon Honorable Joshua Kojo Bonsu, the academic committee, to give us the presentation of a citation. What a surprise. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Moderator, for this invitation to present the citation. All right, can it be enlarged small? All right, thank you. So, as my name was mentioned, I'm Joshua Kojo Bonsu, member of the academic committee, and I am honored tonight to present a citation of honor to Professor Yao-Selorm Adade. I hope I'm right. As a
right.
plenary speaker of the 7th African Future Beyond 8 AFBA International Conference, Dr. Solomon Yao Adade is an associate professor, School of Marine Food and Bioengineering. In recognition of his distinguished contribution as a plenary speaker at the 7th African Future Beyond 8 AFBA International Conference, held on the 5th and 6th day of June 2026. As a plenary speaker, Dr. Adade brought a scholarly depth and practical insight to the conference deliberations. Under the theme, China-African Collaboration in Global Industrialization and Technology Advancement, his presentation enriched the discourse on African sustainable development, offering valuable perspectives to Ghanaian and African students, researchers, and professionals in attendance. Dr. Adade's commitment to academic excellence and knowledge sharing embodies the values of intellectual rigor and continental development that the Union uphold. On this note, I present this honor to Honorable Dr. Adade. Thank you.
Well deserved, ladies and gentlemen. Show some love in the comment section. Show some love, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for the man himself. He did a wonderful job on that presentation, and I really loved it. God bless you. And we'll call upon Dr. Selom to give us the acceptance of citation. The floor is yours. You have 2 minutes.
I'm deeply honored. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation, and we are honored to have you as well. Without much ado, we are supposed to take a musical interlude, but right after that, we'll be calling upon Honorable Grace to give us the introduction of the panelists. Please, the panelists and Honorable Grace, get ready for the next session right after the 1 minute interlude. DJ, the floor is yours. For the presentation of our panelists. So for the presentation of our panelists, we will invite Honorable Grace from NUGS-China. She's the FC for NUGS-China. Thank you so much for coming, and the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator, and thank you for the opportunity to introduce our panelists. So we have 4 panelists in all, and I'll start with the first, which is in the person of Mr. Timothy Masuni Nagriwum. Pardon me if I pronounce the name wrong. And so Mr. Timothy Masuni combines academic excellence with demonstrated leadership and passion for impactful research. He holds a higher national diploma in accounting from Sunyani Technical University a Bachelor of Technology in Accounting with Computing from Kumasi Technical University, and a Master of Science in Accounting and Finance from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Known for his ability to lead teams, coordinate research initiatives, and foster collaborative problem solving, he has consistently balanced scholarship with leadership responsibilities. He recently defended his PhD in Management Science and Engineering Accounting at Jiangsu University, where his research examined the roles of corporate governance, stakeholder pressure, technological innovation, and environmental regulation in driving ESG performance and sustainable organizational development. And so this is our first panelist in the person of Mr. Timothy Masuni Nagriwum. Moving on to our second panelist, who is in the person of Mr. Kwashiga Johnray Ziaji. So Mr. Kwashiga Johnray Ziaji is a dedicated mechanical engineering researcher and educator from Ghana, currently pursuing his Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering at China 3 Georges University. His research focuses on advanced materials, including microwave absorbing composites and 3D printing technologies such as fused diffusion modeling, FDM, and selective laser sintering, SLS. Johnray has published multiple peer-reviewed articles in high-impact journals and has served as an invited speaker at an international 3D printing conference in Germany. With a strong background in physics education and data science, he brings extensive teaching and research assistance experience, along with a passion for student mentorship and cross-cultural collaboration. Additionally, he serves as a facilitator for the National Union of Ghana Students China Skill Up 2026 academic writing program, helping to enhance academic writing skills among Ghanaian students. And so this is our second panelist. You're very welcome. Moving on to our third panelist, in the person of Mr. NSK Bakba. Hopefully I pronounced the name right. And so Mr. Ernest is a doctoral candidate in management science and engineering at the School of Finance and Economics, Jiangsu University. He also holds a PhD in applied economics from Adade University in Dundee, Scotland. Pardon me for pronouncing their names wrongly. His academic journey includes a master's degree in applied economics from Jiangsu University, an MPhil in economics from the University of Cape Coast, and a bachelor's degree in economics and statistics from the University of Ghana. Mr. Ernest's research and teaching interests lie in growth economics, international trade, econometrics, labor economics, and industrial economics. His work reflects a strong analytical focus and a broad international academic background, positioning him to contribute meaningfully to contemporary economic discourse. So this is our third panelist, Mr. Ernest, you're welcome. And to our final panelist, who is in the person of Dr. Samuel Abuaji. He is also an adjunct professor of production and operations management at the NAU Schema International Joint Audit Institute, Schema Business School, Nanjing Audit University, China. His research examines supply chain equity, digital platform governance, and the Africa-China nexus, drawing on institutional theory and qualitative discourse analytic methods to advance theory-practice integration. And so, honorable members, these are our 4 panelists. You are all very welcome. And once again, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Moderator, you can kindly take over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let the grounds vibrate as we take a look at our panelists. Thank you so much for that wonderful one, Miss Grace. It was wonderful to have you here. A round of applause for them. It's not easy to be on this panel, man. It's not easy. A round of applause, a round of applause. These are wonderful men, amazing gentlemen. I've had the opportunity of knowing some of them. I like Dr. Samuel Boaji, one wonderful man. Trust me, one wonderful man. Thank you so much. A round of applause to all of them. We have Mr. Kwashiga, we have Mr. Timothy, Honorable Ernest as well. Thank you so much for being a panelist for today. A round of applause for them one more time. Now we'll take a look at the presenters. The hosts, please do us the honor of sharing the screen for the first presenter as I do the introduction. So we shall take a look at our presenters, the very first of them. Few minutes as we share the screen for that. All right. So for our very first presenter, he's in the person of Dr. Gabriel Asante. He's a lecturer at School of Foreign Studies and Trade and a research fellow at the Sino-Ghana Research Center for West Africa at Hubei University of Automotive Technology, Xi'an City, China. His research interests focus on public policy and administration, policy and politics, education, policymaking in younger democracies, and Sino-Africa relations. He has published in leading international journals and is recognized for his exceptional scientific communication and leadership qualities. He is the recipient of the 2023 African Hero Award from Ohio University, USA. Thank you very much for being the first presenter. He's in the person of Dr. Gabriel Asante. We'll call upon Dr. Gabriel Asante, our very first presenter, to give us the presentation for 10 minutes, which is going to be a Q&A session. So do we have you here, Dr. Gabriel Asante?
Yes,
Are we
I'm
honored
here.
to have you in the house?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank
Can
you
you hear
so
me?
much. You're welcome, and we're privileged to have you.
All right. Am I audible enough?
You're audible, loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Good evening for us in China and good morning. Yes, good afternoon for our compatriots in Ghana. Yes, so my name is Gabriel Asante, and as it was said, I'm currently a teacher here at the School of Foreign Studies and Trade, and also a research fellow at the Sino-Ghana Research Center for West Africa. So all protocols duly observed. Today, I have just 10 minutes, so I'll be very snappy. I'll be talking about something interesting topic that is a public debate which is currently ongoing in our educational system in Ghana. And I'm a policy person, so I always take much delight in talking about public policy and what is trending, especially in our educational system and coming down at the high school level. That's what I've been researching on for years now. And so today, the title of my presentation will focus on the public support for foreign language expansion policy, using a multi-level analysis of Mandarin inclusion in Ghana's senior high school curriculum. And so I'll be going through the introduction, the data collection, the results, the conclusion, and some limitations and pointers for further research, which is very, very important to me. Okay, so just a short brief about what I'm coming to talk about today. This paper is currently under review in current issues in language planning and policy, SGLK1 and CAR System Zone 1 top paper journal. And so I'm hoping that everything will be successful for me. All right, so quite some few months, or let me say last year, there were very topical debates among the public policy sphere in Ghana, and it was about the inclusion of foreign languages at the high school level curriculum. And so the Minister of Education announced that there's going to be the inclusion of about 4 or 5 languages, including the Spanish, Germany, Chinese language into the senior high school curriculum, whereby students at the second year will have an opportunity to choose one of these languages to study as part of their program. Of course, so we all know that, yes, in Ghana, there are opportunities for students to study French and other languages, especially at the tertiary level. There are a lot of options to study foreign languages. But a policy proposal to expand this foreign languages repertoire of the Ghana education system at the high school level was something new, in the policy debate, because all these years, the major foreign language, apart from the English language, which is of course not a foreign language now because that's our official language, was French. French was the one that was introduced. But apart from that, we don't see major foreign language that has been introduced. Yes, there will be some private schools, some training institutions which are offering these languages or training people in other foreign languages. But as a national policy, which is being spearheaded by the Minister of Education and the government, is something new. And so it's attracted some public debate. And the most interesting language that attracted the most debate was Chinese language. There were a lot of public debate about it, why they need to study Chinese. Is the Chinese coming to take over Ghana? The Chinese are everywhere in Ghana, and now we are going to study a lot of commentaries, which I compared a lot of them. And so as a public policy person and somebody who is interested in senior higher education, I started asking myself, why? What is influencing people's decision either to support the policy or not? So I went into the literature and I found some interesting debates which are ongoing. The first one was about the fact that foreign language education in itself is not something neutral. It is something that is purely within the geopolitics, alignment, and a linguistic imperialism. Some literature argue that foreign language education has some imperial undertones, whereby foreign states use their language as a tool to control other foreign countries, right? And so because of this, it encouraged people to not support any foreign language education within the domestic educational system. The other side of the argument was that foreign language proficiency has some utility, which if you have foreign language proficiency, let's say in Chinese, in French, it gives you the opportunity to scholarship, to employment, to trade, and a lot of benefit. And so those who believe in this support the idea of expanding the foreign language repertoire of educational system. And so if you look at these literatures very well and you do the analysis, you could realize that then factors that influence foreign language education cannot be reduced to individual level aspirations or geopolitical level aspirations alone. What I realized was that the synthesis was that it could be influenced by multi-level factors, which is the geopolitical factor, which is at the higher level, macro level factors, and some domestic institutions, because the literature also argues that if a government is introducing a foreign language and the people believe that the country is not prepared, doesn't have the tools, doesn't have the teachers, we don't trust that country, they are likely not support that. So the domestic institutions will be also a potential factor to influence the support of foreign language. And the last level is about the individual predispositions, where I qualify, operationalize it as, for example, if somebody already have a very close association with China or with Chinese, it is likely that they will support it, yes, or enjoy Chinese culture or Chinese activities, it is likely that they will support it. So I developed this multi-level model and to ask myself what factors influence public attitude and perception towards inclusion of Mandarin in Ghana's senior high school level. So based on that, I developed this model, which I grouped the factors into three: the macro level, the meso level, and then the micro level. So the macro level talks about something like scholarship benefit, employment prospects, and global trade, because we know the literature argues that if you have Mandarin proficiency, it is likely you can get scholarship opportunities to study in China, you can get employment to work in Chinese companies outside China and in China, and then the global trade, you can trade, you can go to China and do your own business. And then if you come to the meso level, the literature argues that the Chinese media engagement or media outreach has caused a lot of people not to support it, mainly because of Chinese activities within the local mining sector, the Galamsey activities. And so there's no trust in the country. And so therefore it will more likely affect people support of including Mandarin in Ghana Senior High School, and then the institutional capacity, how are Ghanaian schools prepared to offer this language is also another factor. And so the micro level, I look at individual level factors like the willingness to learn, are people ready to learn, or the cultural participation, how likely people are ready to participate in Chinese cultural activities. And so it is also important to emphasize that this study follows a major study that I did, which focused only on stakeholders, the immediate stakeholders, policymakers in the education ministry, teachers of Mandarin language, learners of Mandarin language in Ghana, which was purely qualitative. And so this one, I tried to focus on the general public perception and not focus on the specific or immediate stakeholders. So this is the general, I want to know the general understanding of the general public. And so based on this, I developed 8 hypotheses, 3 under the macro level, meso level 3, and then the micro level. And then I gathered the data to test. So how did I gather the data? So I gathered the data through a cross-sectional survey where I conducted an online and face-to-face survey. I administered questionnaire through an online medium. People responded to the questionnaire and then they answered. There are a lot of questions that related to Chinese language, Chinese culture, and a lot of things where people shared, agreed or disagreed with various statements. And so because I wanted a form of diversity, and if the biggest limitation of online questionnaire is not the inability to reach rural areas, residents, and then not so high educated people. So we also did some face-to-face interviews, selected some communities, rural communities that visited there, and then did some interviews. So at the end of everything, we gathered, after cleaning the data and everything, we gathered 434 responses, and that we used logistic regression to analyze our data. So this is what we found. The descriptive statistics shows that, yes, you could see some agreement and some patterns in the descriptive statistics. But if you look at the first diagram, you could see the first picture in the diagram, you could see that the pattern doesn't flow well because many people who support the policy are also the same people who doesn't believe that the policy will give them scholarships. So you don't see a lot of clear pattern there. But if you look at the second panel, which is about the meso level, you could find the same thing. And then the third one, you could also find the pattern moves, but it doesn't move straight with among all the panels, right? So this is just a descriptive statistics to give an idea, right? So the actual results were obtained through the ordered logistic regression. And so if you look at the macro level factors, we didn't find any significant relationship between people who believe that Mandarin education can offer them scholarship and their support. Employment, yes, we find significant relationship, and global trade, we also find significant relationship. The most intriguing aspect of this result was the meso level factor, which is the domestic factors, the media framing, the trust to follow local laws, and the institutional capacity. None of these factors gave us any significant results. With the micro level factors, all of them produce, there's a strong, significant positive relationship between individual predispositions and their support for Mandarin education. And so we developed, or we generated predictor probabilities to confirm our results, or there's some more robustness check to check if our results is speaking to, is being accurate. And so if you look at the panels for the significant factors, you could see that people who disagree, the predictor probability that they disagree, that Mandarin education will give them more employment prospects, who agree that if they have proficiency in Mandarin, they can get employment, are more likely to support the policy. And those who are more likely to participate in Chinese culture or willingness to learn are more likely to support the policy. So what does this whole models and whole thing tells us? What's this saying? So what it's saying is that, so with the macro level factors, there's a conflicting influence. We cannot find a clear-cut influence between the macro level factors because the scholarship opportunities didn't produce significant results, but the others did. With the meso level factors, the data was clear. There was no influence. People don't really care. If you trust Chinese, if we have an institutional capacity to offer the language, it doesn't really affect people's support for the language. But with the micro level factors, there was a strong relationship. Those who are willing to learn language and those who are willing to participate in the Chinese cultural activities are more likely to support the policy. So what policy implications does this tell us for policymakers and administration? So you could clearly see from the data that people really will support the policy of introducing Mandarin Chinese in Ghanaian educational system if they see pragmatic utility, if they see that they can get pragmatic benefit, they can get employment if they have Mandarin proficiency, if they can trade with it. But because there's a conflicting factors at the macro level, and looking at how the micro level was very strong, the utility alone is not enough. It's not enough. It have to intersect with the individual predispositions. Although we didn't test this hypothesis so well in this study, which of course I've done that extensively in another study using structural equation modeling, because the logistic regression was difficult to attain that. So this is just a reflection, which I have been able to also confirm that in the subsequent studies that I have done. And so the utility alone is not enough for people to support the policy. The utility have to converge with individuals' predisposition. And so the argument is that if you want public to support any foreign language education, you must be able to get to the individual purpose and not make general statements. For example, if you have Chinese proficiency, oh, you can get employment. If you have Chinese proficiency, you can get a scholarship to study. That is not enough, but you must work on the individual. How do you work on the individual? That is making the policy itself closer to the people, making it affordable for people to participate in the Chinese cultural activities, for people to learn the language, for people to appreciate the life. So if you are organizing Chinese events, you don't really only have to focus on the stakeholders alone, but you need to go down to convince, talk to the people so that they can be involved in these activities. This is the only way you can achieve public support if you are introducing these languages into the country. And so there were some limitations of the study, which I will highlight, and the demographic profile of our sample were predominantly male, highly educated, and urban dwelling. So we recommend that further studies can organize a more general study where they try to balance the demographic pattern, although we know that these are the people who have much say in terms of policy. And so we believe our results speaks to the general perspective of the public. And also, because we didn't do temporal analysis, which is the time series analysis or panel data analysis, it is very difficult to establish causal influences. And so if there are more studies that will consider the temporal influences so that we can have some causal analysis in the study. And then lastly, considering the conflicting effect of the macro level factors, further studies may apply structural equation modeling to examine the mediation effect of macro level factors in the globalization of Mandarin policy support among the people, which of course, subsequent studies which I have done in this project have tried to answer some of these questions. I thank you so much for your kind attention, and I look forward for your comments, your suggestions, and your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Wow, that's amazing. Show some love, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for him. That is really, really, really amazing. There's a lot I took from in there, and I'm sure everybody is happy to have learned that there's a lot that goes into studying Chinese, not just having the HSK level or the exam level. Thank you very much. That is our first presenter. We shall take our second presenter. Thank you very much for that, first presenter. The host, please share the screen for the second presenter. Thank you. Show some love as we do that, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for him. That was wonderful. That was really wonderful. We wait for you, the host. We're waiting for you, host. Share the screen for the second presenter. Is the host in the house? Looks like the host.
Mr. MC.
Yes.
If I may, since the host is now getting prepared, maybe we can take that opportunity to do the comment on this one whilst the host prepares, and then we can move to the all.
Okay.
The initial idea
Sure.
was to do all.
Yeah. So what I'm
Yeah,
having
I mean,
here,
if
the
my
initial idea was
other colleagues on the panel agree with me, then I think we can take that
yeah. Please,
initiative whilst we
let's
wait
go
No,
for
on.
I
We
think
can take the
Mr. Moderator, per the timetable, per the program outline, that is how it is supposed to be. After every the presentation, there should be discussion before the next presenter.
Okay, sure. Then we'll call upon Mr. Gabriel Asante. We give you 10 minutes to give us the Q&A on this one. Thank you.
Sure, I'm ready for that.
Yeah, rather the panelists,
Thank you, Mr. Kaku.
will now give comment. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we since we have the opportunity, probably I may want to take the lead and then share one or two things that I feel I have taken from this particular presentation. Well, it's quite colleague. You are my colleague. It's quite difficult. You know, there's a reason why we say peer review, and it's a blind review. So it's quite difficult that your paper is under review, and we are supposed to make a face-to-face conversation on that. But I think that since it's under review, we may not have a lot to say. The idea, I love the idea in terms of the grounding of the study. Even though I'm tilted towards qualitative study, but I can see a lot of great potential in this idea, and I love it. I just have some few questions that I want to find out because since it's under review, I saw some minor flagging that I want to point to you. And I don't know whether maybe you did a correction on it before sending it, because in the methodology section, I think when you were talking about the ethics, you said you redacted, okay, for peer review sake, you redacted that. But when you came down there, you actually gave the whole institutional reference and their number appearing there. So I wanted to find out if this was, even though it's a minor, but if this was same document that was sent for peer review, then probably it becomes a bit of, even though you were saying you redacted it in the methodology session, but that same information seems to appear down there. So maybe you may have to, but it's a minor thing. So they may just ask you to probably correct that. The other two things that I want to find out is that in your description, I think the study description actually says about the whole paper is framed on multi-level analysis, which I think I'm getting a bit of confusion there, because most reviewers that are quantitative, with a quantitative mindset, may want to question the macro, meso, and the macro limitations of this study, or the conceptual domains of this, as a multi-level analysis. Because of your conceptual framing, they may see it as, let me say, a multi-tier conceptual framework than a multi-level analysis. That is in my understanding of how, because most of SSCI ABS quality outlets, they may try to question this side. So since since it's under review, if it comes, of course, I'm sure you'll be able to deal with it. Then the other aspect, which may not be too much of a problem, is your robustness test. I think it's a bit of, even though I don't have access to the tables, but when I read there, I think I want to find out whether you did extensive robustness to check whether indeed your multi-nominal logic in terms of the robustness model actually fits well as it was supposed to be. So those are the few things that I may want to share. But I really love the idea, and I think that It is an area that, since you said you've been doing a lot of research in that area, I'm going to follow you keenly and be able to read more about this kind of study, because I am also more interested in this study. So thank you so much for this presentation, and I think I wish you all the best in your review.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Waje. Thank you. So, can I respond?
Of course.
Right.
I mean,
all right. So, thank you so much, Dr. Waje, for that insightful comment. Yeah, so I'll take the comments one by one. So, the first one is the ethics details. To be honest with you, when I was submitting this paper to this conference, there was a bit rush in it, and so I submitted an earlier version. That's, to be honest, I submitted an earlier version which had some errors with even how I stated the number of the sample size in the abstract was a bit different from what is in methodology, but all these were corrected before the final version was sent. And so it was an earlier version. So I think just yesterday or today I sent the final version, which was submitted again, but maybe you couldn't have it. So those errors were definitely corrected before they were submitted. Let me talk about the last one, and then I'll come to the second one. The second one is the most piercing one. So the robustness test, yes, we did an extensive robustness test, which we incorporated all the results in the supplementary material. And so in the initial submission, I think I didn't add the supplementary material, but just yesterday or this morning, I added the supplementary material. And so the robustness test, because the original data sets were 1 to 5 Likert scale, and then when we did the test, we realized that the logistic regression, combining the 1 to 5 or narrowing the 1 to 5 to 1 to 3 for the independent variables fits the data set more better. So that's why we use the ordered logistic regression and maintain the 1 to 5 for the main dependent variable. But to make sure that our results is not sensitive to modeling, we did multimonial and then other tests, and then the results were not so much different from what we reported in the main study. And so yes, that was taken care of in the supplementary material. So we provided the details of those results in the supplementary material. Yes, I think the most important comment is the multi-level. I think the term being used and then the modeling being done, you find some conflicting issues there. Of course, this has been debated on quite with my co-authors, and I know it's a little problem. Of course, you know, you're a researcher, so you know when you are submitting any paper, you know some limitations you have in the paper, but you say, well, let's submit and see what reviewers will say, right? But so we know the use of these terms is a bit too bad, and so that's why in the introduction we try to tease out what we mean by the multi-level, trying to state that this for the public to support foreign language, it doesn't depend on the only macro level things. That's because they can get employment or jobs or trade or so we combine all these factors and model them together and see the effect of these factors on the public support. And that's why we use the multi-level. And so the final decision was that let's maintain this and see the outcome, what it will be. So thank you for also highlighting it. If it comes out from reviewers, I will not be surprised. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a great one. All right.
Thank you very much. Our panelists, do we have anyone else who wants to give us another comment?
Yes, can I be heard?
Okay. Yes, please, loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Dr. Samuel, that's a nice comment, by the way, because I was also coming to on the multi-level, the framework over there, and then he actually nailed it. I will not be surprised if the reviewers return the paper questioning that aspect. Because when we look at the framework again, it's actually, I don't know whether it's a linear relation you are trying to establish or not. It's quite confusing because it looked linear to me, and then the multi aspect.
Yeah.
So I think
initially I was thinking it's even like more of hierarchical. So like in my mind it was more of hierarchical.
Exactly. So I was also confused about whether you are doing that line. But okay, anyway, we will advise that you should get ready that when you come back, be prepared to either state it clearly whether you are going hierarchical or linear. And then if it's like that, not logistics alone cannot suffice or cannot actually give you the clue of what you are looking for. You can go for system GMM so that it can give you a clear distinction in case you are centering on multi-level or linear or hierarchical. So you should take that one into consideration. Now, I'm much concerned about the data you presented. Observation of 300 and 434. Okay. And then what is the population? And then you didn't give us the population, the population that you scale down to 434. I think that should also come into play. And when I look at your mean, from 2.80, 2.68, it means all of them is skewed towards neutral. Your data, the 1, 2 skew towards neutral, and the other skew towards disagree. So the rest skew towards disagree. So it's quite confusing if you establish a relationship. If you're going to establish a relationship, because I know regression analysis is somehow robust. And so if your primary data is skewed towards disagreeing, what next? As a reviewer will ask you, what next? So you could see that the topic is good, but I'm sorry to say there is nothing novel in it, in its form like this. Sorry. Sometimes when I come at this, I go straight to the point. I don't just corner. I go straight to the point. So sorry, Mr. The presenter, Dr. Gabriel. So I don't think your data speak to your study, because only 2 of your variables, scholarship purpose, and then support for margin inclusion in SHS are neutral. The rest disagree with it. The media framing, institutional capacity, trust in the country, willingness to learn. The one trust in the country that was strongly disagree. Because I have 1 point. Okay, it's disagree. 1.75. Yeah, 1.75. So I think you should also take a cue that.
They are saying that you are reviewer 1. Oh. They have already given you reviewer 1.
Anyway, I review for Q1 and ABS, so that's why I'm making this strong comment. So my brother, we are good together. And then when you come to your results, you see the result is speaking different, and then the descriptive is also speaking different. That's contradictory. Okay, it look a bit awkward if your result is speaking different and your descriptive, the data side is also speaking different. So I think you should go back to look at your data when the paper is out. We pray for something good. But if you come for major revision, I think you should consider these 2 things. Check the data well. Check the results is form, and then finally, the result of the descriptive that you position here in a graphical form. Look at it carefully again. So it doesn't speak direct to the thing. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. I think yes, the data, as you said, so in this particular study, we collapsed all the independent variables. Instead of 1 to 5, we collapsed them to 1, 2, 3, right? We collapsed them, so it makes the mean tilting towards 1 point, as you see it. Yeah, so I think that's where maybe the problem. But with only the dependent variable, that one we maintain that one, and we made the argument for that. And we made a very important point about the neutrality. All of them taking through the neutrality. So if you look at my presentation, the main paper, we make that strong argument in the discussion. So what we foresee, pointing from this data, is that it seems many people are not certain either to support the policy or not. I think that's what is telling us. And there's a big debate in logistic regression argument that people argue that it's either agree or disagree. Neutrality shouldn't be a very important dimension, but this is something, the argument that we are also making, that we think neutrality should be a key point, because if you observe the data, the raw data, you will see that many people feel neutral about supporting the policy. And we think we shouldn't discard that. We think it's informative enough. That's what we believe. So we made a discussion. So as you said, we see what reviewers will say, either that point makes that, because we saw this as a problem. Like, why are many people the neutrality point? Why? So we believe that if you take this into consideration, it means if you work on people, it is easy for them to support the policy, because many people are undecided. Many people are undecided about the policy. So that's the argument we made to support the observations that you made. But of course, the observations we made are valid points, and we look forward for some outcome and how we can maneuver our way out. Thank you so much.
You see the point that you just made, just justify the novel question I asked in it. So you see, everybody's neutral. So it's not novel enough. If you come back, please address that novelty in it. Thank you very much. Anyway, all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful from our second panelist. Do we have another review for this one? Or any question and answers? Mr. John Ray has his hand up.
Yes. I have one
suggestion
to our presenter, Honorable Gabriel Asante. A very good presentation and good comment from all the panelists who have shared so far. I think you have a great work. I have only one suggestion for you, which is about your topic. When you were doing your presentation, you made mention of the limitation that your sample size were predominantly male, high educated and urban people. And your title say public support, which I think you should reconsider that, because if you are saying that is in high school and we are taking the local person who is in Ghana, who is not highly educated, who does not have the exposure to China's economy and media, and who does not consume the same thing with the elite person, I don't think your topic have made justice to those people. So I would suggest you look at the topic again and reframe it. That's the suggestion I'll make to you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much.
Moderator, it's like somebody's hand is up.
Mr. Moderator, your mic is off. Mr. Moderator.
Timmy, Dr. Timothy, you can speak. I think so.
Actually, what happened was I had a phone call, so my had to mute. Okay, so we have another hand up, H&D lawyer. You can go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have just a simple question. Based on the findings of the study, we've realized that the meso-level factors have no significant influence. So the question there is, what actually explains the stronger impact of individual predispositions compared to the domestic institutions shaping public support for the foreign language expansion. So I want the authors to actually throw some more light for us to be clear at what are the factors that actually explain the stronger influence or the stronger impact of individual predispositions compared to the domestic institutions in terms of shaping the support for foreign language expansion.
All
Please, am
right,
I
thank
clear?
you so much. So, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello,
Okay.
yes. Okay, so thank you so much for the wonderful question. And so, if you look at the results very well, you could realize that people don't really care so much about either the state or the country has the capacity to deliver the language or the trust that they have in the target. The trust that they have in the target country doesn't matter so much to the people. People really think about their own personal aspirations towards the target language, which will influence their support or not. Yes. So the trust they have in the country, either, for example, just making a state, either Chinese, if we learn their language, they will be imperialist or not. They don't care. If either the government have the capacity to deliver language or not, they don't really care so much about those things. What they care is their personal aspirations towards the language and how that intersects with the utility that they intend or they can gain from the language. So these 2 points, which we made those reflections in the discussions, which really matters to people, right? But for example, if you talk to top level stakeholders, you might have a different view compared to the general public, right? The top level stakeholders may think so much about the trust, about certain issues, but then if you take the general public perspective into consideration, they might not think so much about their trust, the capacity of the institutions, and what have you, but their individual aspirations and how they might benefit directly or indirectly from the policy, which matters to them. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. That's
wonderful. That's wonderful. Do you have any other questions, or
Thanks
we
very
move
much.
to the next?
I wish you the very best of luck.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for our first presenter?
I think we've all
Any other
spoken,
questions?
so that's fine.
Okay, then shall we move on to the next presenter? The host, are you here now? The host, please. Are you here? Okay, finally. All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall take our next presenter, his profile. His topic is on the comparative analysis of the structural behavior of reinforced concrete beams, reinforced with steel and GFRP bars, with the incorporation of engineered cementitious composite for improved performance. Ahito Kimati Alum. I hope I got the name right. It's a third year undergraduate. What just happened?
Please.
Please share the screen.
Please, can you all see my screen?
I was supposed to read your. Okay, sure. We see your screen. You can move on. We see your screen.
Okay. So, as has already been said, hello.
Hello, hold on. The screen keeps switching from your okay, I think it's stable now. You can go on, please.
All right. So,
but wait, hold on. We need to know who you are before you present.
Yes,
so
please.
What happened to reading the Yeah, we need to know who you are. If not, how will the panelists know exactly who you are
Oh,
and
I
how
thought you
to
were. Oh,
judge?
sorry. I thought you were done with that.
No, I wasn't done. He's a third year undergraduate student in Harbor, okay, Waterway and Coastal Engineering at Hohai University, China, under a 2+2 dual bachelor's degree program with Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, NUGS, Ghana. He has a particular interest in structural engineering and coastal engineering and is passionate about advancing sustainable and resilient infrastructure through research and innovation, as well as love to explore the intersection of civil engineering and environmental systems to build strong, eco-conscious eco-conscious solution. Eco-conscious solution, sorry. That was so many ends in there. All right, well, you can share your screen now so we take your presentation.
Thank you very much.
You're
Good
welcome.
evening, everyone. Um, as has already been said, my name is Aheto Kimati Elom, and I am a third year undergraduate student in Hohai University. I was previously a student of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, but then I was transferred to Hohai to continue my undergrad studies. So today, my presentation is going to be on a very interesting topic and a new concept which is really being studied, which is on the ECC. So my topic is actually the comparative analysis of the structural behavior of reinforced concrete, reinforced with steel, GFRP, and the incorporation of ECC for improvement. So the presentation is in 6 parts. The first is, sorry, hold on. The first is going to be on the research and the motivation for this. So the motivation for this is in our daily world, in normal construction, steel is used for the reinforcement of structural members. But then engineers and scientists found out that steel is very corrosive and it's also not suitable for facilities where electromagnetic radiations or radio waves are used because they will interrupt those fields. And also because of its corrosive nature, its strength capacity within 20 to 30 years decreases by 20 to 40%. So a promising alternative was made, and this was made in the 1950s to 1960s. But then an official documented paper dated back in 1975 in Russia was made to talk about the GFRP. And the GFRP stands for glass fiber reinforced polymers. So these are basically bars, just like steel bars, but then they are corrosion immune and they have higher strength than steel bars. In fact, from 500 to 1500 MPa. And they are also electromagnetically transparent. And aside all that, they are less denser than steel. They are 1/4 to 1/5 the weight of steel, making it less denser than steel, but then has a higher strength than steel. However, GFRP comes with its challenges. The fact that it has a low elastic modulus, meaning it is very low on stiffness, right? As compared to the 200 GPa of steel, it has a 40 to 50 GPa, very low stiffness, meaning it's very brittle and it can rupture and just fail, right? So its plot of stress against strain is just a straight linear line. And then once it ruptures, it causes catastrophic damage because there is no warning, there are no deformations, no yield deformations to tell people that the structure is actually failing. So once it ruptures, the structure fails. So that is the drawback. And yes, it also has low ductility because of its brittleness. So the main aim of this paper was to talk about the new concept, which is the ECC solution. So ECC basically is engineered cementitious composite. So just like GFRP bars are produced, and by the way, they are produced by fibers. So thousands, several thousands of fibers are drawn continuously through a resin, and then this resin it soaks, saturates, and coats these fibers, and then the fibers are then drawn through a heated metal in order to squeeze everything together into a hard material. So that's how the GFRP is produced. But then for the ECC, we should think of it as a matrix. Like instead of using concrete, let's use ECC. So ECC is basically fiber materials that are put in the concrete, right? In the concrete resin. And then their function is that they have pseudo strain hardening, meaning when they crack, their fibers bridge the crack. And then we know fibers have high strength, as I've already said from the GFRP. And so when they crack, they even get stronger. And that is one big advantage of ECC. So we'll delve more into that in the presentation. So for the research problem, gap, and objectives, the first objective of this was to compare the flexural behavior of three beam systems, which is the steel reinforced one, the GFRP, and the concrete one, and also the GFRP and the ECC one. That's the first objective. The second is to synthesize and evaluate experimental literature data. The third was to assess ECC effectiveness for ductility and serviceability. And the fourth was to propose a design concept and guidance to identify some research needs. So the knowledge gaps were that there are actually no unified study of all these three systems in one week. And also, ECC contribution is not codified. There hasn't been enough research to earn it being in a code or a standard. So it isn't yet codified. And also, the American Concrete Institute 440 lacks GFRP ECC provisions. All right, so for the sake of time, let's go straight to the methodology. Okay, so for this study, I didn't conduct physical lab experiments. Instead, I used an analytical approach where I took a single reference beam of 200 by 400 millimeters, simply supported over 3.6 meters. And then I ran it through three different reinforcement scenarios. So first is the conventional steel RC beam, which was designed according to the ACI standard. The second was the GFRP with concrete, designed also according to the ACI 440. And the third was the ECC. So for the ECC, it's basically the same beam, but then we've replaced the concrete with ECC, right? In order to examine its behavior. So for each of these three systems, I calculated the flexural strength, the service load deflection, the crack width, and the ductility. And I did all this using the established code equations. And then after this, my numbers were benchmarked against public's experimental results from the literature to validate my estimates. All right, so yeah, I'll also talk more of the calculations and my findings in this section, the results and the analysis. As I said, I calculated for 4 parameters in each of the 3 systems. One is the flexural strength, 2 is the serviceability, the third is the crack control, and the fourth is the ductility. So for the flexural strength, actually in the actual paper, I made my statistics and my graphs and charts by coding on Python and using Matplotlib and NumPy libraries, right? But then this presentation is just a brief of whatever I made. It's just a representation of it. So we can see from this bar chart, if it's on the screen, we can see that the value of the flexural strength is 82, right? But then when we replace steel with GFRP, the flexural strength increases to 94. And then when we further replace the concrete with ECC, the flexural strength increases to 97. So that's overall the highest flexural strength with an increase of 18% on the steel itself. So we can see that the ECC actually improved the flexural strength along with the GFRP. The second parameter, its findings were as follows. So for the serviceability parameter, the ACI limit is 10 millimeters, right? And we can see that's like the maximum limit. And we can see for steel RC, steel is comfortably below the limit, which is good. But then when we use GFRP with concrete, it exceeds that limit, meaning there are a lot of deflections and deformations in it during its life cycle. It really exceeds that limit. And when we further replace the concrete with ECC, we were able to drastically reduce it. And we extremely reduced it to 11, and 11 is approaching the limit of 10 millimeters. So it was able to reduce it by 28%, which is a huge improvement. So, and we can also see that GFRP alone has plus 119% deflection as compared to the steel, which is very dangerous and can cause catastrophe during its life cycle. Is pretty dangerous. So the third factor or parameter is the crack width. So here too, we can see as well that steel with concrete is comfortably below the limit for crack width, which is 0.5. But then for GFRP, it exceeds it, meaning GFRP has wider cracks during its life cycle, really wide cracks. And that's how it causes a lot of deflections. Now, the 0.45 is just an inherently conservative value. But then in actual sense, the crack width of each of the cracks is way more than 0.5. It's actually from 0.4 to 0.5 going. And so that's why it exceeds it here at 0.45. And we can see for the third bar that as we used the ECC, it was able to reduce this crack width to 0.1, which is the smallest of all the three. These are very micro cracks. So this is a crack reduction of 83%, which is a huge improvement when we used ECC along with the GFRP. A very huge improvement. And last but not the least for the parameters is the ductility. And ductility, the J factor was used, and J factor is basically to indicate the ductility of a material. So for this one, we use the ISIS Canada standards, and then the ductility minimum limit is 4.0. That means any material above 4.0 is very ductile, meaning it is very good because we do not want the material to be brittle. We want it to be ductile so that it will give us warnings when it is collapsing. So we can see for the blue and orange bars, they represent minimum and then maximum respectively. So we can see that the minimum of steel is even approaching 4.0, and this maximum is way above 4.0, which is a good thing, right? But then for GFRP, we can see it's way below the limit. It isn't ductile at all. Its highest limit, its maximum is 3, which is below 4, meaning it is very brittle. And the fact that it's brittle means when it is deforming, it isn't going to show any warning. It is just going, the moment it snaps, it means the structure has failed. And so this is obviously a different paradigm from the way steel bars are designed, with being tension controlled. With this, the GFRP must be compression controlled, because now we can't use the GFRP to know if our member is going to collapse or not. Now we must use the concrete crushing, right? So that's a way different. It's a qualitative difference. And for the third one, that's the GFRP with ECC. And as we can see here, it was able to increase its ductility with a maximum of 5. So which is well within the limit of 4.0. And so hence it's ductile, meaning it is a good thing. All right, so yeah, for the sake of time, we are going to talk about the discussions and conclusions which were made from these findings. Okay, so we know that for steel, although steel is good, it has a low strength as compared to GFRP. And then it is also very corrosive, and it is also denser. In fact, it's very heavy. Steel bars are very heavy. And so the self-weight of the structure actually will be very heavy, and it will overall have effects on the foundation and the settlement, which is also another big problem. And so because of the engineers brought in the GFRP, which has been talked about for so long now, everyone talking about it. But then the GFRP also has its setbacks or drawbacks, in the sense that it is not stiff. It has a very low elastic modulus. And then it has a lot of deflections during its life cycle. Plus, its crack widths are very wide. They are way wide. And it causes potential harm. So the serviceability governs that. Though it has good strength, it has other very weak factors or aspects about it. And now the news.
Shall we have the comments? Who goes first, please? So we'll call upon Honorable Kimati to give us the comments. If Dr. Samuel is available, he can do that. He can start. He can take the lead. Dr. Samuel Abuaji, if you're available, you can take the lead.
Yeah, I think taking the lead might help him very well, because probably I am among the soft, I would say. But that aside, I think it's a good presentation. I want to take it from this angle for you, and it's good that you actually sign up to do a presentation on this platform. Okay. First of all, you are an undergraduate student, so we can understand some of your understanding of how research works, and it's a learning curve for you. So you need to be very open to the comments that will come. I know my colleagues will give you among the hard comment, but I just want to soften the ground for you, because I'm finding it difficult to put your research in a particular category, whether it's a literature review or whether it's a comparative analysis, because you are trying to state that it is a comprehensive analytical and comparative study. But a lot of the information are just a synthesis or like a summary of other people's studies. And it makes it quite difficult for you to put a particular category to your paper. Since you are an undergraduate student, what I would advise is that, and one of the key things that I learned or my professor taught me, which had actually helped me, is that whichever angle of study that you want to do, they have done it before. Of course, it's just that the line of research may be different, but someone had already done it. So we have exemplar papers, we have papers that are published in your field. Pick some of them, study them, learn how they go about their structure, how they put their thought together, how they do their writing and everything. And then gradually you will be able to perfect this because there are a lot of issues with your paper. I don't know whether you have plans of pushing it for publications or just you wanted to put something on, but I see it as a preparation for you. Since you are on a graduate level, I would say that sit down well because a lot of your information in terms of your numbers are not consistent. And I want to even find out where did you get some of the numbers for your table 1, table 2? Is it somebody's paper that you picked the information? Because you didn't describe whether you took the data information from a particular place and you wanted to calculate it to compare with other published papers. That is what you were saying you were trying to do. But where did those figures came from? The figure 2, where did they come from? And in your abstract, you also stated something about, let me check. Your abstract, you stated something about 87% crack and weight reduction 1.5. But if you go to one of the paper you reference, that is Shi et al., those are figures from that paper. And this is prominently presented in your abstract. And what you present in your abstract without any citation, it looks like that is your own findings that you are presenting to us. So I think you have a lot of things to learn, and it's good that you come onto this platform to gain that experience. Go back, take a lot of papers, read every day. You can decide to read a paper related to the direction that you want to study, see how they go about their research, and then learn them so that you'll be able to put your thought together in terms of starting your research life. Of course, you are a graduate. If you want to come to the PhD, go to the level, you have a lot of research that you are going to do. There is no rush in research. It is better to have about 3 quality papers than thinking that you want to publish papers a lot because you want to have papers to your name. So go back and take your time, go through it well, find an exemplar paper, learn how those papers write them, because I don't want to go to a lot of method. I'm sure my colleagues have started popping up. I know they were going to say a lot of things.
Please, can I respond to that?
Okay, he begs. He's an undergraduate. We have to help him learn. So be soft on him for us.
Okay.
All right,
Please,
thank you.
Yeah, yes, I'm actually still improving the paper in the sense that I can see it's just analytical and theoretical. So I need to support it with my own experimental results or numerical modeling. And so right now, I'm actually trying to study some softwares like Abacus in order to simulate models for my paper and increase its capacity, and also so that my work could be benchmarked against my own results rather than from other public's experimental results. So it's still in the works, and I'm still learning my numerical analysis methods to adapt to it. Yeah, so I also came here for the reviews too. Yes. Thank you.
So we'll call on Mr. K to Dr. K to give us. I see he's prepared. The way he turned. Yes, sir. The floor is yours, Bavana.
I have to Elom.
Yes,
That's a nice way for you should thank Dr. Sami for trying to bail you out before we come. So yeah, you see, it's a good topic. You see the topic comparative analysis of. So first of all, what then is comparative? It's comparing A to B, either A is better than B. Okay, so I don't see what you're comparing here. You see RC, beam, steel, GFRP, and ECC. So at the end of the day, which one is the best? Okay. So in research, this topic like this is very, 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 very important and very, very good. And if you can actually take into consideration what Dr. Sami just gave to you, you actually do well. Okay, you actually do well. And then also take into consideration presentation. It was like you are trying to sell a product to us. You are not presenting your fund, you are trying to sell a product to us that let's go to the market and buy steel beam, go to the market and buy GFR. That is what you are trying to sell to us. So in academic ground, you don't sell things. You tell people what you have done and let the people buy into the thing. This one that you are like, just like a marketer. So you are marketing for her. So I don't have much to say. I'll just end it here. Since Dr. I'm going to quickly rescue, so I'll leave it here for you. I hope it's a nice work. I think
Thank you
you
very
can
much.
improve. You can improve. At the end of this session, you not just go back and then sit. Get to some panelists on the page here, and then they will assist you. They will assist you. You are the future. We are the future. Thank you. I will
Yes.
end it here. Shami, I
Thank
will
you.
end it here.
Right.
Wonderful. Do we have any other panelists who wants to give us a review on his work? Or any questions? Anybody's hand up?
Yes, sir. I want to add to what they have said already, and you have a
Sure.
good work, as they have all said. I think it's a good platform for you to look at your work again and learn from here and go back and work. One thing I'll also add to all what they have said to you so far is very important you take note. If you are writing a comparative analysis paper, you should justify your basis of choosing what are the parameters, or what criteria are you putting the two things or the three things you are comparing. If you look at your three materials you are comparing, if we take that of a GF, RP, and RC beam, its reinforcement area is higher than all of them. And so in that sense, it means it is already out. If you are comparing them, you can't say their reinforcement is the same. I want to just ask you, if we reduce its reinforcement area to the remaining two samples which you bring, don't you think some of them will even have a higher strength compared to it, as you have claimed in your work to be? So if you have a basis where you can lay your work straightforward, and I think Dr. Samuel have told you that you should go back, look at the papers in your field and read more. I think you have a great idea, and if you sit down and do it well, you will have a great paper. Thank you so much. So reconsider, go into it, really look at it, read again, and come out with good works. Trust me, you have a very good work.
That's it. Thank you. And
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay,
all right.
you have something to say?
Yes, please. For the fact that the GFRP bars had higher areas than the steel bars, when you check and you use the same 3 to 3, it's still going to be higher than it. And so we just wanted to use the ECC version and show that though we've used the 3 to 3, the ECC itself has even increased it, right, with low amount of GFRP areas. Because for the GFRP alone, it was 4. But then when we use the GFRP with ECC, we intentionally used 3. Yet still, it had a higher strength and higher parameters than the other two. So for that, it was intentional. But yes, please, I really came to this platform for comments and reviews on my work because this is actually my first paper and I'm looking forward to improve it more. As I said, add more numerical methods and simulate more models, and possibly if I receive funding from the school, I could add some experimental work. So yeah, thank you very much for the reviews and comments.
Oh, wait, please, before you go, Mr. Do you want a review from me as well? I'm not a PhD
Surely,
holder, but I can tell you something small.
surely.
So a little background. I'm Sally from Abruk Kingzel. I'm your moderator. And yeah, they told you everything about engineering and paper writing and what the reviewers might say and all, but I'm working as a mechanical engineer. And we use your researchers to do things in the field, you know. But just like Mr. Samuel said, there's something wrong with your work that is I think is very dangerous. You know, what is dangerous here is it sounds like speculation, honestly. Like you have no real, even if you are doing numerical analysis, you should use legit figures and values that you can prove where you got from. That's number one. Number two, if you prove where you get them from, you need to give reference to whoever had them before. And number three, there are certain things that can be applicable in visual simulations, because I also do simulations, and you were talking about abacus and all. It doesn't matter what softwares you use, but it must be feasible in real life. You understand? And that brings me to Mr. John Ray's comments that, when you do comparative studies, you should make sure that you have a benchmark. And whatever you use within the three scenarios should have similar, if not the same conditions. You can't say I'm reducing the area intentionally just to show that even when I reduce the area, the strengths are still better. No, you should. If we know that it might be better, but you should still have a benchmark situation scenario for all the beams. Don't change anything within the beams. That way we can tell the differences. You understand what I mean? So in the
Yes.
engineering side of things, you have to make sure that next time you do the experiment, whether it's real experiment or just make sure that your beams they are same in size, in structure, in everything, before you do the comparison. If not, then you have no basis within your comparison. But you have a wonderful topic. I really like the topic, but you really need to look into it further, like especially with the numerical analysis you say you did, because I didn't see the paper, but I didn't hear you also reference anybody or tell us why you even chose the topic. Yes, you have a motive, but why did you choose it? I didn't clearly see that. So yeah, so you have a wonderful time, and I'm also in China. If you ever need any help looking at your figures or cross-checking your formulas and everything, you can look for me or other panelists. I'm sure they'll be happy to help because you have a wonderful topic that could help Ghana in the future. Have a wonderful
All
one out there, and God bless
right.
you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
You're welcome. Host, please put us or share the screen for the next presenter, please. The host. Okay. Thank you. The next presenter we have is our one and only Douglas. And his topic is on public support for foreign language expansion policy, a multi-level analysis of Mandarin inclusion in Ghana's senior high school curriculum. Douglas Sono is a Ghanaian PhD researcher in geography at Institute of Geographic Science and Natural Resource Research, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Beijing, where he holds an ANSO scholarship. He also serves as chairman of the Special Initiative Committee of the National Union of Ghanaian or Ghana Students, NUGS, leading efforts to connect diaspora talents with Africa's development priorities. His research investigates urban agriculture as a lever for food security, economic resilience, and sustainable development across rapidly urbanizing African cities using GIS, remote sensing, and scenario-based modeling. He has a co-authored work in Habitat International Chinese Geographical Science and Land, and holds degree from Northeast Normal University under the University of Ghana. Wow. At AFBA 2026, he presents research on urban agriculture and African food security under the shared socio-economic pathways. Without much ado, let's welcome Mr. Douglas Sono to give us his presentation. The floor is yours, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. I should share my screen with you. And okay.
Mr. Douglas is faring well. We thank God. That's wonderful.
Oh, I'm doing well. Please, can you see my screen?
Crisp, clear, but we see you changing. Okay. It's quite slow, but it's okay.
It's now okay,
I think
right?
we're good.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
it's now okay.
Okay, thank you
Fantastic.
very much. Okay, sorry for a little bit of correction on the profile. I am actually presenting on urban agriculture can enhance African food security and SDGs under the said socioeconomic pathways. And I think there was a little bit mistake from the system. Yeah, but sorry, my work is not loading well. Give me time to, I think, let me Let me try to cancel it this way. Okay, now, please, can you see the screen well?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Is it visible? Okay, thank you very much. So today's the conference that we are, the Africans Future Beyond Aid, is very, very important, especially to this particular topic, because we are destroying a lot of our rural lands. And food security is very important. How are we going to produce our own food without relying on the foreign aid or maybe buy it from outside? And it is very important that urban agriculture can play a role. And this is what I am coming to present here. So we are going to look at a scenario-based spatially spread assessment
Before
of
you go
soil,
on, Mr.
how
Douglas,
and under which
sorry to
features.
cut you. Sorry to cut you, Mr. Douglas. Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted him to mute his. Okay, sure.
Okay, sorry. So what I'm going to do is it's a scenario-based spatial experiences assessment of how and under which futures urban agriculture can strengthen food security across Africa. To 2021, it's a scenario-based analysis or a scenario-based studies. Yeah. So this paper was actually written by me and my supervisor, and now it's under review with my supervisor. So from there, I'll get the information that he will share from me, for me, and things that I'll have to correct. So what I did is to solicit some of the most important information from the paper, and I presented it here. So the motivation behind this paper is that Africa is urbanizing faster, and we want to know if it can feed itself. And we've known that if urban areas in Africa can feed itself, with a growing population of about 600 million in 2020, and now recognize that we have about 7,600 urban systems in Africa, with 1 in 4 people across the continent experiencing chronic hunger. Is it possible urban agriculture can actually help in this particular scenario? So the question is no longer academic, and how will tomorrow's African cities feed themselves, adapt to changing climate, and still deliver on the SDGs, or maybe the 2060s, which are having the African agenda of 2063. So we define urban agriculture here as a growing food within and around cities. It's widely promoted as part of the answer, yet its futurescape contribution remains purely quantified. So the research gap is we are trying to use urban literature is dominated by place-based and present-day case studies. So little attention is given to urban agricultural role under future urbanization and climate change, and the shared socioeconomic pathway are very adapted to our urban agriculture studies, especially in African cities. So no scenario grounded based evidence on whether, how, and under which condition urban agriculture can meaningfully reduce food security risk. And what the aim of the study is to use spatial analysis, multi-criteria decision making, decision analysis, and geostatistics, incorporating socioeconomic, environmental, and governance conditions. So the project, so we need to project how urban agriculture could expand, stabilize urban food supply, and the 5 socioeconomic pathway to 2100, and translate this into food security outcomes. So the method or the framework was that we use a scenario-based framework linking urban agriculture to food security. And the context and drivers were demographic, urbanization, climate, economic, and policy, and the resource base and infrastructure, land, water, input, technology, finance, institution, production, consume, intra-urban area. We have rooftop garden, community garden, aquaponics, peri-urban areas, like allotment, and rural areas as well. So we are looking at how we can link it to rural areas. If rural area cannot support, can urban agriculture actually provide some kind of a complement to rural production? So food security modeling is food availability index and food accessibility index put together. So we look at the physical and economic aspects of it. So the hypothesis is how urban agriculture can act as a meaningful but complementary lever for urban agriculture, urban food security, urban food security in Africa, improving availability and access under favorable pathways, yet insufficient alone to meet full urban calorie demand, because urban agriculture nowadays cannot provide what we need through our studies, through some of the predictions from the studies. So the advancement is to look at how it can help in zero hunger, sustainable cities, and climate and land. So we know we need to make how to identify urban suitable land for urban agriculture activities. And we use land use and land cover, land projections, and this can be reproducible multi-categorial workflow in how each growth cell was screened against 4 criteria. So we use urban density, which is 30% of fraction from the land data that we have. We consider that as urban areas. So the cropland classification, land classification data that we use, we consider cropland, grassland, and burial land as areas that might be suitable. We also consider terrain, where we use like we check the angle of an area if it's going to be suitable for urban agriculture, and we also look at soil suitability in urban areas. So from suitability to production, we also rank crop production in Africa from 0 to 3, 3 being the most suitable and 0 being the worst in crops that are grown in African urban areas. So we weighted it, and we also use SSV specific yield scalars and aggregated to country and sub-regions, then convert it to calories. So the 5 scenarios that we consider is SSP1, which is sustainability, and we use a risk scale of 1.0, 1.2, which is sustainable intensification and improve yields. SSP2 is the middle of the road, yield scale 1.05, moderate technological gains. We also use regional rivalry and technological intensification also boosts yields, which is SSP5. So the suitability land, the result shows that urban suitable land. So from the 2005 as a reference here, 2015 as a reference here, the urban area was about 0.95 million hectares in the whole of African urban areas, to almost 27.5 million hectares by 2021, depending on the pathway, up to a 29-fold increase under the SSP5. Yeah. So this growth is rare, but deeply uneven. So like countries like Nigeria, Egypt, Sudan are set to set to about 1 million hectares. So with wide peri-urban areas, because they have this country has a lot of land and they have a lot of big urban zones. So and they have also supportive governance on urban agriculture. And sub-Saharan African countries, some of them have a near zero to about 60 million hectares, which is under SSP2, and to about 90 million hectares in SSP5. So the constrained countries, that is like Eritrea, Namibia, Djibouti, Equatorial Guinea, these countries are very, very small. They are landlocked and they don't have a lot of areas to improve. But yeah, as we go on, we can give the recommendation and some of the policies that can help them. So we will also look at the special distribution of suitable land from 2020 to 2100, and we could see that the classification of the SSP1, SSP2 is the colors that you see. The one in the green, the light green is, or maybe getting closer to blue, is a classification of SSP1, 2, 3 of urban area by countries in Africa by 2020 to 2021, and the dot that you see in the classification of SSP1, 2, 3 of urban agriculture land areas. So land areas and urban agriculture areas against, and we could see that the growth concentration is in West Africa and in large peri-urban economies like Nigeria, Egypt, DR Congo, and Ethiopia. So the production rises so food production rises steeply, but never closes the gap of the calories that urban agriculture. So the annual production that we have in ton, the reference here was about 150 kg metric tons of food production, and it can rise to about 1.35 million by 2100 under SSP, which is the most ambiguous trajectory. Yet, even this fall short of for urban carrying demand, even if the SSP 5 is the most ambitious one, the most with a lot of technologies, even with all this, we could still see that urban agriculture alone is not enough. We still need a rural area, but it is still significant to consider. So urban agriculture meaningful buffer, but cannot feed the cities alone. So we could see that we have a food pressure index, where we calculated it as 2100 calories per person per day requirement divided by urban agriculture supply calories. So lower means urban agriculture covers more. So no country will actually reaches 1%. If you are if you are getting closer to one, it means that you have your food pressure index is very, very low. And we could see that countries that are doing well, Nigeria, Egypt, Algeria, Morocco. Countries that are doing very, very well are Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Somalia. And so urban agriculture still help covering about 7% of the whole calories. So the continent-wide food pressure index. So we could see that in figure 1A, in this figure A, you could see that food availability versus accessibility. So most of the countries falls under the upper right quadrant, which means that they have high food security programs. And the B also shows that Northern and Western Africa fear-based, like they are the most countries that are doing well compared to the Eastern and the Southern Africa, which have a steepest shortfalls. So food security index, so only sustainable and balanced pathway delivered lasting gains. And so we can see that SSP1 and SSP2 dipped midway centuries and then recovered durably. And it is broad-based gains. So continental food security roughly doubled to about 40 under SSP2, and we could see that SSP3 and SSP4 are stagnant or it is in decline. So like it could be problem with government failures or inability to erode resilience. So inequality erode resilience, as we can see. So SSP2 also it is post and it is the largest raw food security index. You could see that it has about 100 more than 100, but at the likely expenses of environmental sustainability. So if we use the SSP5, we could produce a lot of food, but whilst we are doing this and we are using too much technology, environmental sustainability become an issue. So, with this evidence, we have 4 key takeaways. So, large but continental conditional potential. So, suitability land may grow up to 29-fold, production up to 1.35 metric tons, driven by policy and investment, not by physical alone. So, urban agriculture never meets full urban carry demands. From our studies, it is complement to rural production and supply chains. So governance decision outcomes is very important. So only SSP1 suitability and SSP2 deliver lasting food security gains. Fragmentation and inequality store them as well. So one size does not fit all. So hubs like Nigeria, Egypt, Sudan, skills agro parks and scarce land states need rooftop like countries that doesn't have the land or allotment or space for urban agriculture. They can actually use vertical agriculture and rooftop agriculture. So the differentiated strategy for different continents, we could see a high potential hubs like Nigeria and Egypt and Sudan. They can actually have they can have finance in large allotment gardens and agro parks. Countries like Kenya, Tanzania, Ghana, Senegal, which are fast-growing regions, they can actually integrate urban agriculture into their master plans and water management infrastructure. So land-scarce countries like Eritrea, Namibia, Djibouti can actually go in for roof and vertical gardens and grants and training for women and youth co-ops. So there's our bet, which is Chad, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, simple irrigation and community-led cooperative to build climate resilience is very, very important for these particular countries. So some of the constraints from the study is the SSP are scenario narrative, not prediction, and miss sudden shock. So food security index captures availability and access, not and we omit utilization and stability. So costs, land use, land cover, resolution, and 2023 anchored yield and uncertainties can also bring some of the problems or some of the constraints we have in our studies. So Google Earth validation is substitute for in situ verification. We haven't gone to the field to actually get some of this information to back our studies. We use Google Earth verification, which is not enough. So sub-regional aggregation can mask intra-regional inequalities. So some of the future studies, some of the future research could also integrate climate shock, conflict, and market volatility into scenarios. We can also have final ground validated map of urban agriculture sites in Africa, if it is possible. And a mixed method work on the land tenure, diet, and gender dynamics is very, very also important in this case, which we don't have in our studies. So the conclusion is urban agriculture is a powerful yet especially uneven. It is a lever for urban agriculture food security in Africa. So only sustainable oriented SSP1 and SSP2 future deliver meaningful, lasting improvement, even at SSP5, which is the extreme way of using technological intensification. Bioagriculture alone cannot close the caloric gap or the calories that can be provided for African cities. It must be embedded in inclusive planning that links cities, farms into rural systems. So which can strengthen supply chains and reaches women, youth, and informal settlers most needed in Africa. Thank you very much. Now I'm waiting for your comment. It's up to you, moderator.
Moderator. Moderator, you're muted. Dr. K, I think this one it falls in your area now.
Yeah. I was waiting for you to start so that I follow suit.
Maybe HNE lawyer will do that, but today, as for this one, I have only a single thing, but I think I want to see to you guys to do your comment.
Okay. Mr. Douglas, there are a lot of issues where I have them written here. Lots. So you take a cue. The first thing you should take a cue at. You see, that's a very good study, a very nice study you want to look at. But to be honest with you, if care is not taken, a Q1 journal will lead to a this should lead to a borderline rejection, I would say. Moving into it straightforward, you see, you said that 2015 urban land suitable urban area suitable land is 0.95 million hectares, right? And then 2100. I don't know whether you are projecting, your study is projecting 2100 or some year back. Urban land will be 2 to 27.5 million hectares. Okay. And then you say East Africa alone increases. I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking to the PPT and your paper at the same time. Okay, is that okay with you?
Yeah, no problem.
He has no option.
Okay, he has an option.
This is a suggestion, so of course.
And then the paper also point about East Africa alone increased to from 10 million.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
Can I be
you.
heard now? It's the
We
moderator.
have taken
My
over. We
mic
are
had a
doing it, so
problem.
don't worry.
We have
Yeah,
Okay,
don't worry.
okay,
We have taken over.
We'll come later.
okay.
10 million,
Sure.
10 million to 45 million hectare. West Africa increase from 50 million hectare. South Sahara Africa reaches 60 to 90 million hectares. But you see, the figures you are putting across, I will just cross-checking something now. I don't think they are verifiable. It's really unverifiable, because when you take a look at the whole continent, the whole of the continent is 27.5 million hectares. The whole of the continent, 27.5 million hectares. So I think it will raise a concern, to raise a red flag. To raise a red flag. To raise a red flag. So I think you should go back to recalculate the area. If the area is in a 1,000 or a million or whatever, you check the area calculation again. Check the area calculation. Clarify whether the values are in hectares, 1,000 hectares, or million hectares, or cumulative hectares, or whatever. Please check that again. And then again, one of the things you said that is quite disturbing, which will raise a flag, is I say food security index. The food security index. You see, I don't know whether it is a typo or it is the straightforward. Contradictory statement regarding the evaluation aspect of the food security area. It's a coefficient of alpha and beta are determined via regression analysis. You should take a cue at that. You see, no regression output presented. You didn't notice that you didn't present any regression output in your work. So it's kind of red flag, raising a red flag. And then when you come down to something, is it the PPT and the paper is showing no correlation between the food security index and then the FAO, that the food insecurity experience scale or global food security index SGD2. Your full FSI is not actually correlated, it's not linked to anything. So the food security index is just hanging, while the SGD are also hanging somewhere, and the FAO are also hanging somewhere. So it kind of contradictory. It doesn't flow. Okay, it doesn't flow. You should take a very cue at that one. And then you also made that this assumption, I would say is unrealistic, because that all suitable land can become urban areas. You have that in your work, right? All suitable land can become urban area. It is. I'm sorry, I don't think it is realistic. It's not realistic, because the model assumes that urban land, grassland, berry land can potentially be converted to UA, urban area. So I don't think it's realistic. I don't think it's realistic. The assumption is not realistic. And then the other thing from the PPT and the paper again talked about future yield are obtained by multiplying baseline yield by. Now, when you check the future yield and the baseline in your paper, it actually ignores climate change effects. It actually ignores climate change effects, and also carbon emission, fertilization, CO2 fertilization, also ignoring the technological adoption. You are talking of food security index. So there should be something technological adoption to actually validate it. It's not in the work. So it's kind of raising some red flags. You also do not talk about water constraint in it. You see, so in general, the paper is okay, but fall short of all this thing. If you can actually work on it, it will help. It will help. One thing I also want to point here is that the confidence interval you are using. I don't know the interval you are using. I think Dr. Sami will can speak to that. It's actually it's actually missing. The uncertainty bound interval are actually missing in the work, because this work you are doing is data driven, and it's policy driven, and it is poverty eradication also driven. So these things must be serious, must be present in your work. One, the confident interval must be confident, must be straightforward, and must be justifiable. We really need to justify it in the work. You see, finally, I'm talking too much. The last thing I wrote here is that okay, so Douglas, what is new? This whole study, what is new? I don't see that which is new in the work. That which we want to develop a policy on is not in. So I think the paper should actually address novelty in it, and then what we can actually pick points from this way. I pause here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Miss. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for your comments. Yeah, the paper is with my supervisor, so most of the comments and directions are coming from my supervisor. So I am sure maybe he's going to also throw more light on this. The calculation, the numbers that I got, what you said, the million hectares of the whole of African land, yeah, it's true. I might not be sure of that because the reason is that is the data that I use, and I am using course data, so it could have this kind of anomalies. But I am sure I have to go back and check the number of zeros in the listing. So it's very important to make corrections on that. About the scenarios, we are actually using 5 scenarios, and we are using SSP, which is the shared socio-economic pathway. This is a policy. This is a sustainable pathway, and what we are trying to do we are trying to do is to just use 2015 as a reference year of food production and land availability for urban agriculture. Potential, when we say potential, we are not saying that all the land can be used for it. We are just saying that it is possible that it can be used. What we say, and those who study urban agriculture will tell you that it is an opportunity. Urban agriculture take an opportunity from land that has not been used. So if it is there and it is forest, it can be converted to urban agriculture. If it's an allotment, even park areas, even someone rooftop, it's still possible you can convert it to urban agriculture. So it is some kind of an opportunity that urban agriculture can take. We are not saying that it is possible that it is taking everything, but what you are saying that it is potential. When you say someone has potential, it means that it is not the accurate thing, just potentiality. Urban agriculture, it says an opportunity that if you have an area which has not been used, you can convert it to urban agriculture within like a permanent or in maybe in immediate or intermediate or maybe a short period of time. Because you can grow vegetables for 6 months in an allotment place and they remove it for another activities for another 6 months. So what we are saying that urban agriculture is just taking the land suitability is just taking areas that are potential for that can be converted to urban agriculture at any point in time. So and you have talked a lot, and I think I have jotted a lot of the information there. I'll have to also take the video from this presentation because I couldn't go through all the comment that you said that, but I'll take it into consideration. And you also said that about some of the, I didn't use regression. Not all studies need regression analysis. The point is that we are just driving scenarios. We have this particular thing. We are trying to see how production of urban agriculture can translate into food security. Is it possible or not? And what we have to do is to link urban agriculture production to food security, not take the whole food security as a whole. So we are just trying to see the production of urban agriculture, that the calories that it can provide for food security. No other sections, no other. We don't need to bring in all these aspects of water and everything. We just seeing how urban agriculture production. If you have 10 metric tons of food, how is it going to provide for urban areas? Maybe within a year or within some time, or potentially how can it help in the future? So this is what we are trying to do. If you take a lot of things into consideration, because it is long, I'm also studying areas that is related to water. I'm looking at ecosystem services. I'm looking at all what the role urban agriculture plays. So we are trying to link production straight to food security. So we are not using the normal food security indices that you see mostly in studies. We are just trying to look the aspects of urban agriculture alone, what it can produce. Thank you very much. I don't know if I make sense and if some of the questions, I am sure a lot of things you are saying, maybe my supervisor will also raise it and I will compare and see how I can improve the paper. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I said that because when you go to your paper, you go to equation 4. You said food security equals to alpha multiplied by FAI multiplied by beta by access index, and then you put a stochastic term at the end.
Yes, it's an error. What? Yeah. What I was trying to find out.
No, wait. You see, if you put it like that, and anybody that gets in touch with this exactly will point to what I just said there. In the moment you put the stochastic over there, then it means that you have to go. You are running either an analysis, a regression, or whatever. And so I think you should actually take a cue before your supervisor point it out to you. I don't know whether you're using 2100 or 2020, 2015, 20. So you should also check that inconsistency with the number too. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The year bound is 20 to like 10 years interval for the study. So it's like we have the data from 2015, which is the reference year, which is the 5 year between the 2015 and 2020. So from 2020, we go to 2020, 2030, 2040, 2050, 2060. So we run all the SSP scenarios for these all years from 2020, which is the year for the SSP, where the SSP starts, to 2100, which is 2100 years by the close of the century. I don't know how we say it. Yeah, this is how it is put. Yeah, it is not just maybe we take like 2020 and 2100. It's a 10-year interval between them. Yeah, thank you. It's actually a time series data. So.
You see, you brought yourself again. It's actually what a time series data.
You are compounding the thing.
You see that you brought yourself again. You say it's actually a time series data. So if it's actually not a regression analysis, if it's actually not a regression, I suggest you take the equation, especially equation 4 and then equation 7 out of it, and then the explanation under the equation 4. Say the coefficients alpha and beta were weight determined via regression analysis to capture the relative importance of food availability. I'm reading your paper.
Okay. I think there's a little problem here. Let me explain it maybe better for you. In the reference year of 2015, we ran the regression analysis for food availability and food accessibility, and we have a beta. The beta was, I just used that. If I consider urban agriculture in Africa, which is more important? Is it availability or accessibility? Which is more important? And I just try to find out if I use a gamma or a beta for this. So for 2015, we ran the regression analysis for that particular year. Then from there, we use the same regression analysis. Then we give the scenarios. The scenarios that we do, we use yield scalar for the production. We use the same yield scalar for the production. For the time series analysis to 2100, it is actually a time series studies. So if you can read this straightforward, all that the studies talk about, we try to compare it from 2015 and 2100. So it's a time series data. We ran the regression analysis just for 2015, and we ran it through. So we make assumptions for it, and we run it through the SSP scenarios. Yeah, thank you.
I think Dr.
K.
Just
write them down. Write them down. Write
Yes,
them down.
yes, yes.
Write them down. It's
Yeah.
okay.
I think Timothy want to make a comment on that. Yeah, Timothy, your hand is up.
I think, yes. I think the author is very smart too. He gave, yeah. Very, very smart guy. I'm telling you.
when I take it
very smart.
He knows the paper, and he knows the possible issues
he will use the back door to clear himself. When you go to the left, he will use the right to clear himself. Then you go back, then he will use the window aspect to clear himself. Well, it's good.
The paper is there to be published.
He needs to improve
the paper
his
is there
work
to be
and
published.
be
If
well
I send it to
consistent.
publication, they will give reviews as you are giving. If there's problem, they will
Sure,
point
sure,
it out. I'll make the corrections as I'm saying.
Sure.
It's not like I haven't done it
Yeah.
and I said I added it. It is here. Everything is there. It is reproducible. So
there,
just try to maybe
just that you are
just
very
try to
smart
read it
in your
through well and
explanation.
just take corrections to it.
But this is a compliment, Douglas. This is a compliment. So there's nothing to respond here. What he's trying to say is a compliment.
Yeah,
that
you are
very
smart
smart
I must be
because
frank.
you understand your paper and you know the angles of the paper where if questions are raised, what to use to. Of course, that is the work of the author. When the reviewers give you comment, your job is to find ways to address them. And so that's a compliment anyway.
That's all. So I think I don't have much to say. I only wish you the best of luck. Yeah.
Okay, I mean I see that mine to K. So K has done justice to all of that. I mean, 3 of the areas I wanted to talk about, you spoke about it, and my concern was your food security index, but when you raised it, because you use only 2 of the variables. I mean, when you check the FAO, they use about 4 of them. You left 2 out, but you explained why you were concentrating on that side.
Yeah.
So I think I am okay. But I also was hoping that because you stated in the paper you were using MCDA. So I was hoping during the results side you clearly state, okay, I mean how or the criteria you use, how you weighted them and those things. I was trying to see whether you clearly state that one. So probably I didn't have enough time to read all your papers. So maybe if it is there, fine. But if it's not there, since you said it's with your supervisor and when comments whatever review, probably it may be raised and then you may have to look out for that and address it. Yeah. So that's about it. But it's a good work.
It is true.
I think it's a fantastic job for you.
Thank you very much. It is there. I think I should have added the data to it to maybe clarify a lot of things because the appendix have the ranking of the food production, the number of food items that we chose, and some of the how we weighted it. It's all in the data that I should have added it to the paper. Maybe that could have clarified a lot of things.
Yeah, because some reviewer may not have the time to go and compare, especially they want to see the result side, some of the basic things. If not, they'll just go ahead and just give you a major revision or maybe say reject. But meanwhile, the information is there. But there are certain areas that certain core things you need to put in the paper. Even if there's a structured abstract, sometimes you can find a way and chip it there in the abstract because some of the reviewers, they read the abstract and certain things they are looking out for. If they don't find it, they go to your methodology or findings. And if they don't find it there, they may not even want to refer to your appendix or whatever. They just go ahead because they may be reviewing a lot of papers. So they don't have time to be reading everything. They just look out for the key areas, and those are some of the key things you need to find a way to put them in certain key spaces so that at least they may have a fair idea of what it is. Yeah.
Thank you very
And
much.
in the in your your writing style, when you check the abstracts, you see urban agriculture into bracket, and then you should check your writing style. It looks suspicious. Okay. And then finally, whatever you are putting in your work, right? Before the reviewer, you are not there to be answering the question like this. Okay. Let there be justification for all. Set the tone of the paper. Now, when I take the paper, the abstract, set the tone. If I'm not okay, I read the introduction, set the tone. I can just jump to conclusion and read it and then get the full paper. But if the tone is not set from the abstract introduction, then the paper instantly might even get a desk rejection. So you take a cue at that. Everything should be in it. Until I ask you about the regression, and then you are now telling me that 2015. So you see, it's revolve around your ability to convince the reviewer before he even asks you a question. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that wonderful one, the panelists. You gave us a wonderful time as well. Wow, it's not easy. A round of applause for the panelists and the presenter as well. It wasn't easy, but it's a wonderful work. May God see you through with all the corrections. We hope that you get a lot from this presentation. Thank you so much. We're supposed to take an interlude, but then we have a message from the AEA, and we'll call upon Honorable God Bless Mensah to give us. We have a hand up. Mr. John Ray's got his hand up. Mr. John Ray, please, you have something to say.
Hey, I have a comment
Dr.
for him, but
John.
but if the time is not there, you can go ahead. I think a lot have been said to him already, but if there's no time, you can move on.
No, bring it. It might be helpful. Just it's okay.
I think what the panelists have told you, you should take them into consideration. The first thing I want to say is that when you submit your paper, you will not be there to defend it like the way you are doing now. It's just writing and submitting your opinion. So yes, you are prepared to face us here, but on the reviewer side, you will not be there to answer those questions. So you need to make the point clear, as Dr. K just told you. You make your argument clear that when he read, he will understand what you are thinking, not be questioning himself and send to you. Even so, anytime they send you back your review, you'll be battling with your comments. I said this here, but it was not clear enough for him to understand what you are saying. And that's what I want to say. And based on your paper, you made your best scenario is even producing less daily calorie. As you said, there must be improvement on it. That is like around 15% less. And in the best country. And also the second best is around 10%. So my question is, so if you are saying there should be urban with urban agriculture, so what improvement does it bring? Because urban agriculture is for food security, not for calorie. So if you are working on calorie and your work or your scenario which you have bring is still giving low calorie in your best scenario as you have provided, then what advice are you giving or what policy are you making? So please look at all these things and look at it and see what best you can put out there for them to read and understand. Because the main policy of urban agriculture is to ensure food security. Now you are bringing in calorie, and with your scenario you have made with the best option is still less. So what is new? Dr. K asked you the same thing. What is new? Because it seems that it is still not answering the question which you are raising yourself. Yeah, so thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I think, please, can I respond to that?
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Write it down.
Thank you
Go
for
ahead.
the. Yeah. It's okay. I have written it down. So I think when we say urban agriculture, the idea of urban agriculture is not just food security. It also provides ecosystem services. I'm just looking at one aspect of it because it's my study, it's my area of study. I'm also looking at other aspects of urban agriculture. I'm looking at urban-rural integration using urban agriculture. So this aspect of food security, We know that rural areas alone cannot provide it because we are having troubles. Is there any other aspect that we can also improve? Here comes urban agriculture. Even if it is giving 15%, 15% doesn't mean it's zero. It's still providing results. It's not like we are saying that that is the utmost importance of it. What we are saying is that it can be as a complement to urban to rural agriculture because urban agriculture alone cannot, and it is stated in a lot of studies. It doesn't mean that it can be thrown away. And those who are in this area knows that it is a complement that it gives to food security. It also provides ecosystem services like windstorms, like flooding areas, about urban heat islands and everything. So I am also looking at all these areas. You see, so this is the paper, and I am sure, as you said, I have to jot this a lot of things down. The paper hasn't been sent to review, so I'll make corrections based on what you have given me here, your suggestions, which is very, very, very important. I'm also taking into consideration that. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much for that. That was amazing. That was amazing. Round of applause for him one more time, ladies and gentlemen. It's not really easy to be up here with the panelists, and round of applause to the panelists as well. We'll have our next presenter. Please share the screen for the next presenter as I read her introduction. She's in the person of Ramona Atakra, but I need you to share the screen. Host. Okay. Our next presenter is in the person of Ramona Atakra. Her topic is on impact of bureaucracy, corruption on micro, small, and medium-sized businesses in Ghana. She is a master's student in the Department of Economics at Beijing Ewusi University. Her research interests include international trade, economic growth, and Ghana-China economic relations. At AFBA 2026, she is presenting a paper titled Impact of Bureaucratic Corruption on Micro, Small, and Medium-Sized Businesses in Ghana, which examines the effect of bureaucratic corruption on MSME performance and its implication for economic development. Her academic interest focuses on understanding the factors that influence economic transformation and sustainable development in engaging economies. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Let's welcome Ramona Atakra to give us the next presentation. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes. Presenting within the time frame is a skill as well. Thank you very much. Your time starts now.
Okay. Hello, please, can I be heard?
Loud and clear. Go on.
Okay.
And please, right after she's done, the panelists, you can take over. You can take over.
Okay, so I'll be sharing on the topic the impact of bureaucratic corruption on micro, small, and medium-sized businesses in Ghana. In this presentation, we look at the background of the study, the significance of the study, the research questions, the literature review and hypothesis, development, conceptual framework, methodology, study findings, recommendations, limitations of the study, and a list of references. So according to the Corruption Perception Index, according to Transparency International, corruption is commonly understood as the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. And from the image there, coming from data from Corruption Perception Index, corruption is captured via 9 indicators, including bribery, nepotism, state capture, red tape, and legal safeguards. And since 2022, Ghana scored 43 over 100 and was ranked 76 out of 182 countries. This study focuses on bureaucratic corruption, particularly bribery and red tape, as these are the forms of corruption most commonly encountered by MSMEs in their interactions with public officials.
So we are looking at why corruption and MSMEs and why it matters and its impact. So first of all, we are going to look at why MSMEs matter. They matter because they drive economic growth, they create jobs, they reduce poverty, foster innovation and entrepreneurship, and inform better policy. And how corruption affects these MSMEs is that it harms competitiveness and survival. Also, it leads to unnecessary cost, bribes, and it causes delay, creates uncertainty, and hinders operations and growth. So the bottom line is that corruption undermines the potential of SMEs, the backbone of inclusive and sustainable development. Reducing corruption is essential to unlock their full potential. The main research question is what is the impact of bureaucratic corruption on MSME's performance in Ghana? And we have made the other research questions, which is how the impact of bureaucratic corruption has on young versus old MSME holders. Then we have how bureaucratic corruption, their impact on male versus female MSME owners, and the impact on service versus trading MSMEs. So the literature is divided on corruption's impacts. The efficient grease hypothesis argues corruption helps firms bypass excessive bureaucracy and regulatory delays in weak institutional environments. Conversely, the Sandin hypothesis contends corruption increases transaction costs, creates uncertainty, distorts resource allocation, and reduces firm productivity. So the development of the hypothesis that I developed three main hypotheses. The hypothesis 1A shows the relationship between red tape and MSME performance, and the expected effect was negative. 1B showed red tape and MSE performance through informal payments to bypass delays, and the expected performance will be positive. So yeah, we see hypothesis 2 and 3 in the image. We are going to look at the conceptual framework where we see the independent variable to be bureaucratic corruption, where we look at red tape, bribe incidents, and institutional quality, and how it affects the performance of businesses. Then we look at the methodology. The approach used was quantitative dominant mixed method cross-sectional design. And the instruments used were questionnaires and interviews. The sample size used were 334 respondents, and simple random and purposive sampling technique was used, and then the linear regression approach was also used. The questionnaires developed with Google Forms were shared with management and owners of MSM businesses. And the study categorized businesses by size according to Ghana's National Board for Small-Scale Industries definition, where micro businesses are categorized by 1 to 5 workers, small businesses 6 to 29 workers, and medium businesses 30 to 99 workers, and the location was Accra. So with the validity and reliability of the results, you can see from the image. Also, the study found that institutional quality, that is governance effectiveness, had stronger positive associations with older businesses, service-oriented enterprises, and female-owned businesses. And also, it also found that red tape, that is bureaucratic administrative delays, was more influential among younger firms and trading businesses, suggesting these groups are more likely to rely on informal payments to navigate administrative delays. Also, the qualitative interviews revealed that public officials often used bureaucratic delays to implicitly pressure MSME owners into paying bribes that was ranged between 100 cedis to 1,000 cedis, with younger firms being particularly vulnerable due to their lack of familiarity with informal practices. Then the study findings also showed the significance of data significance. And then we have the discussion segment, which the finding shows that bribery, red tape, and institutional quality are positively associated with MSME operational performance. And these results provide stronger support for the weak form of the effective grease hypothesis than for the sounding hypothesis in the Ghanaian MSME context. The findings suggest that under conditions of moderate institutional quality and persistent bureaucratic burden, some MSMEs may use informal payments and networks to reduce delays and sustain business operations. The policy implications: the government of Ghana should digitize and simplify business registration with clear timelines and official fee schedules to reduce opportunities for bribery. And also, authorities should strengthen accountability by establishing anonymous complaints systems that allow MSME owners to report bribe demands without fear of retaliation. And these complaints must be investigated. And policymakers should provide special support to vulnerable MSMEs. The study limitations. So this study faced some limitations, and somewhere the findings represent associations observed at one point in time, and therefore cannot establish causal relationship between bureaucratic corruption and MSME performance. It also relied on self-reported survey data, and because corruption is illegal and sensitive, respondents may underreport or overreport their experiences due to fear, recall error, or social desirability bias. The findings may not also fully capture informal businesses or firms that avoid formal institutions entirely because of corruption, as the sampling focused on MSMEs accessible through the chosen approach. The study was also conducted only in Greater Accra, so the findings may not be generalizable to other regions of Ghana. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you very much. Panelists, the floor is yours. Who is going first? Do we have Professor K in the house? Professor Samuel Waji in the house? And our Honorable Chunrei. Panelists.
Yeah, we are here. I think
Thank you.
Chunrei is ready to talk, I'm sure. He will start first for us.
Thank you so much. I don't have a question for her. I think Dr. K, Professor K should come.
Is there any conflict of interest?
No, sir. No, sir. I beg. No, sir. I'll come sure? Now. No, sir. I beg.
Because this is a peer review. So maybe if there are conflict of interest you want to declare, then we can understand you recusing yourself.
No, sir.
Prof K, take it.
Okay, madam, how are you? Madam, we received some baptism here small, okay? It's a good baptism. It will lead to repentance. My first comment, my first question is, how do you measure the bureaucratic corruption? How do you measure it? How do you measure bureaucratic corruption? It's like that is the dependent variable for you. Or is it the small and the medium-sized business that's the dependent variable for you? Because I see you have an analysis, okay, and you talk about red tape, bribery, and all those things. But that topic, how do you measure your bureaucratic corruption? That's the first question for you. That's the first question for you. And then coming down to your, you claim the red map here. What is the map showing? The map showing that this whole place, they are all corrupt? Is the map telling us that everybody, the map is corrupt? You did not make us, you did not make any explanation. You didn't give us any understanding what the map is for. You only say Ghana. but I can only see Ghana is small somewhere there, and the rest is what? We should be clear on that. It says CPI data capture corruption via 9 indicators, including bribery, nepotism, state capture, red tape, and legal safeguard. Are these the variables you are considering? Are these the variables that you use in your work? If they are the variables that you use in your work, then let it have some reflection on the topic so that the reviewer will not think too much to know what is he actually talking about. You see, that's one point. You said that in your slide, say this study also distinguishes this corrupt behavior from institutional quality. That means you are talking about institution, and you're also talking about small, medium businesses. So which is which? Are you taking institution as the bureaucracy or the business separate? There's no clear distinction between the topic and then the variables you are measuring. Now, and then when you come to significance of the research, I find it difficult to see what's significant, what you are actually studying, because you say why MSMEs matter, and then how corruption affects. Is that the significance of the study, or is it a question? Are you trying to study that your study will unearth why MSc matters, or will unearth how corruption affects MSc? I think you should make a clear all these things. If it's the paper you are writing, please make it clear, and then it should be in the introduction aspect. Not it should be buried in the introduction so that we can read it from there. Now, you have a free research question. It's a research question. What is the main impact of bureaucratic corruption, MSc performance, and then lead to young versus male versus female and service? It's just you are just like I would say here. Then let's now move to your hypothesis development. Now, everybody know, including you yourself, you know that corruption will lead to distortion in growth. You yourself, you know that corruption will lead to distortion in growth. And you also know that corruption will never make a country grow, business grow. And your hypothesis, say hypothesis 1A, red tape, is it leading or impacting MSEM performance? And you say negative. And then you come to hypothesis 1B. Now look at the statement there. Red tape, MSE performance through informal payments to bypass delay. Positive. So there's a difference between hypothesis 1A and hypothesis 1B. But if you say 1A, 1B, it means that they are the same thing, you're just splitting them. Okay? But when you look at the write-up over here, it's quite different from the write-up over here. Yeah, we all know that it's negative, or it's definitely going to be negative or positive. And then when it comes to hypothesis B, you see the write-up you put over there. I don't know. So if the first one, what if you do the calculation, you do the estimation, and then the B, the A is negative, or is positive. So I think you should check your hypothesis again, the hypothesis development, both A1 to hypothesis 3B. Please check it and state it well. If it's just one hypothesis you are stating, just say that red tape leads to or have an effect on MSc performance. So the analysis will tell us either it's positive or negative. Okay, if it's just one. And I will advise you that stating that hypothesis, you support it with some literature to make it concrete and solid. Now, you say your sample size was 334. 334. Sample size 334. Now, when you come to the analysis presented at, I think one of the slides, the study finding, then the micro, if you state your hypothesis 334, does that mean micro is 104, small is 136, and then medium 94? Okay, and you put beta p-value, beta p-value, beta p-value. Does that mean that you took a different sample for the micro, which is 104, and then a different sample for small, which is 306, and then another different sample for medium, which is 94? You see, if the observation for micro is 334, it should be there should be consistency here. There's no consistency here. This tells us that the medium has a different sample size, the small also has a different sample size, same as the micro. If you take a look at it carefully, that is what it's saying. And then you notice that majority of your works, majority of your analysis, institutional quality, bribe index, second one, beta 0.061, p-value is 0.5, so it's not significant. So what impact does it have on your work? If it's not significant, what impact does it have on your work? And then when you come to right under it, the female-owned business, the bribery index, it is negative 0.022, and it's not significant. So what impact is it? What are you trying to, what is your study saying about this? The same under what your study saying about this. So you see that the bribery index, majority, all of them are not significant. Do you notice that? They're not significant. So what are you saying about it? Because it's 61%, 89%, 60%, 50%, 94%, 46%, which is higher than the confidence interval of, I don't know whether you're using 95 or 80, or you're using 50% confidence interval, or what confidence interval you are using. So you should check, you should actually check it. My major concern is, how do you measure the bureaucracy? Now, the final one is, what is new? What next? After running this study or writing this paper, what is new? What is next? Because we all know corruption, how corruption destroys things in Ghana. What impact are we going to get from your study? Is your study going to help reduce corruption? Is your study going to help eradicate corruption? Or is it coming to strengthen corruption? Let us know what is new. Thank you.
So, Ramona, I think the major issues have been raised by Dr. K. So, my concern was also, I think for me, I've seen that maybe Dr. K, I'm not answering for her, but I've seen that she's trying to measure the business performance as against the institutional quality, bribe incidents, red tape, and constant work. I mean, those aspects. Okay, so those are the independent variable. If you go to his table, those are the ones she has listed as independent variable. But my concern is, perception is corruption is very perceptual, especially the variables that you used. And these are the people that you ask them, if you check, okay, you ask them same questions. How did you even dealt with common method bias here? It's something that you have to also indicate. How did you address that? Because we know perception is quite, even the corruption international, whatever, Transparency International, their index, they always say this is a perception. This is based on perception. So you may have to look at that because a lot of the things that Dr. K have said are really valid. And you need to, if you want to have this, and I know your co-author, he's a very good researcher. So you need to discuss that with him and then see how best you'll be able to address the comment that Dr. K has made there. And the other one I want to find out is, I saw that you are saying that you made a claim about your hypothesis 3B, that institutional quality moderates the bribery red tape performance link. But when you come to your analysis, you had a bit of estimating a very direct effect, and rather you split it. When you just decided to split it into subgroups like size, gender, age, and type, and subgroups regression. But you didn't actually do anything to test whether there are any variations in those subgroups. You understand? So it's a lot of work to be done. I just have to sum it up for you. You have to take the comment because he has summed every comment that I put down that I wanted to. You just need to take that. I'm sure maybe my other colleagues will also add some to it. Then you will be able to address all the issues that we have raised and then make it better. Just like he said, these areas, I know a lot of this analysis falls into his area. Me, I'm more qualitative and I'm more a bit of mixed method, but purely quantitative. Dr. K is there. If you have any difficulty, you can approach him on this, and then you have a way to address all the other issues that have been raised. So maybe as for who even seeded her comment, he said he has no comment. So we are left with our HND lawyer. Then maybe you also want to give a pass. Any conflict of interest also from your side? John Ray said no comment.
We need to investigate. We need to investigate the one that seeded it out.
Of course, John Ray. When I said that, I saw Ramona smiling. So we need to find out why.
That smile. Hey, I didn't say anything. I beg. That smile though.
So I think it's a good comment that we've given there. My HND lawyer, if you are there, I don't know whether you have any comment for that. You can also put it, then we can wrap up for that.
But Ramona, please take this into consideration. When you run the regression analysis, there's something called R squared and adjusted R squared. Those are the things that actually tells us the variation, whether the independent variable you are using actually explain the dependent variable. Okay, so doing your analysis, whatever analysis you do, you definitely come to terms with the R square or the adjusted R square, or you can even check the chi-square of your analysis to tell us. That will make the work solid. If it is not, the independent variables are not explaining the variation, the changes in the dependent variable, then it's actually not making any sense. So I think you should take a cue at that when you run your analysis, look for the R square and the adjusted R square, and then the F statistics in it, so that you can be sure of your work. Right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your comments and feedback. I will address all the issues and make the paper better. Thank you so much.
To add to what they have just said, you should also, I think you should try and add a visual diagram to your work. Since it was primary data collected, you can actually get a visual data figure to give so that when someone look at your work, even the background of the people you collect the data from, that can be used as a visual representative in the work too, not just be a raw work. I think that will also give a plus to the work as well. Yeah, thank you so much. And no conflict of interest, please.
All right, thank you very much. That was wonderful from this side. Please, shall we? Was that the DJ? Was that the DJ? Okay, sure. Shall we take the next presenter, please?
That's the last presenter, oh?
because I'm getting
Yeah, I think so.
They're
That was the
only
last
four.
person.
two files.
There are only
I have
four.
two
It looks
files
like
here. So
MC has another agenda we are not aware of.
We are
Mr.
not aware
Moderator,
of
the,
the
the
agenda.
MC, the
Calm
moderator
down.
is hungry.
Charlie, come here to wait. Yeah,
The
I just
moderator
came
is
from work to
hungry.
come sit here, so I'm hot. I'm hot. Masashi. Okay. Okay, with that said, we'll take the musical interlude and then some one or two adverts from Honorable Safo Kantanka, the NUGS-China organizer. So we'll take back the musical interlude and some adverts, logistics and all.
All right, thank you very much,
Yes, please.
organizers.
So, honorable, yeah, sorry. Okay, please, you can go ahead.
All right, so I'm a representative from ZF Logistics. We are so passionate about what you have done so far. We are grateful for the opportunity to invite us to join in partnering to bring this program to all students and patrons. At ZF Logistics, we do things differently, and what we always want to put on board is that we are the most reliable, safest, and the fastest route to ship your goods from China to Ghana. Just as the organizer had said, our offices are located in Yiwu, Jinjiang, and Guangzhou in China. And in Ghana, we are located at Kaswa, Spintex, Kumasi, and Sunyani. So if you need our help, the organizers already have our contact. They can reach out to us and we will be of help to them. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Take care and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, ZF Logistics.
From China.
That's a wonderful presentation. So, moving on to
business, to shipping we the settle. Reliable, safe and fast, our banner we will turn. Logistics, we the move on fast. China to Ghana, the goods go last. Reliable, safe and fast.
All right, so thank you so much. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Gideon, the CEO of Ship with Gode Limited and also Guangzhou Ship with Gode Trading Company Limited. We were founded in 2023 in Ghana, and then we also moved and registered in China in 2025, which was last year. Right now, we operate between China to Ghana freight services, air cargo shipping, sea cargo shipping, full container shipments. We have over 10,000 square meters warehouse in Foshan. And also in Ghana, we have a 300 square meter warehouse in Lashibi, and also another 300 square meter warehouse in Tema, which is in Community 70. What we do is that we don't just ship from China to Ghana. We also ship to Jamaica. We ship from China to the UK. We ship from China to Barbados, mostly the Caribbean countries as well. And also we export from Ghana to the UK. We are really trying to bridge the gap between the continents and the countries. And we need customers from all over the world. So we are here to serve you, and we are very wonderfully praised and happy and amazed that we were given this opportunity to come and serve you guys and also sponsor you with this program and awards ceremony. We thank you all so much for giving us the opportunity, and also our contacts are projected on our flyer. So anyone who wants our services or wants to further inquire more about our company can reach out directly to us or our marketing teams and our sales representatives. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ship with Gode, for such a wonderful presentation and then advertisement. So moving on to, our various chapters that supported us. We have the Jinjiang chapter, we have Lanzhou, we have Nantan chapter, we have Suzhou, Hangzhou,
Chansa Wifan, that is one of the newly chapters that we formed during our tenure. We have Beijing, and then we have CN chapter, also a younger chapter. So we say God bless you all for your support, for making this program a success. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
So there were some individuals who also came in Tremont, being in the person of Professor Kluger Brown, one of our patrons, also Dr. Benjamin Ohene Kwapon, another patron of the union, and then also the former national president in the person of Dr. Edna Yawa Ekura Asase, also the former vice president, Dr. Kranche Bernard, also Honorable Al Hassan from Hanjo, the Hanjo chapter also came in to support us. We want to really appreciate all these people and say a very big thank you to you for making this program a success. Thank you. Honorable Moderator, please, you can take over.
Okay, thank you very much. Is the host here with us? We would like to give the presentation of certificate to the presenters. Could you please project that for me? All right. So for the first one, the National Union of Ghana Students China, NUGS-China. This certificate is a certificate of presentation. This certificate is to award Gabriel Asante for presenting the paper titled Public Support for Foreign Language Expansion Policy, a multi-level analysis of Mandarin inclusion in Ghana's senior high school curriculum. At the 7th Africa's Future Beyond Aid AFBA International Conference held on June 5, 2026, under the theme China-Africa Collaboration in Global Industrialization and Technology Advancement. With a round of applause, let's honor Mr. Gabriel Asante with this prestigious certification. Let me see show some love in the comment section. Wonderful, wonderful. I see people showing some love. Give him a round of applause. That was a wonderful one. Thank you so much. Let's take the next one, please. Next certification, also from the National Union of Ghanaian Students, NUGS. This certificate is awarded to Kimati Aheto for presenting a paper titled Comparative Analysis of the Structural Behavior of Reinforced Concrete Beams reinforced with steel and GFRP bars with the incorporation of engineered cementitious composites (ECC) for improved performance. At the 7th Africa's Future Beyond Aid International Conference held on June 5th, 2026, under the theme China-Africa Collaboration in Global Industrialization and Technology Advancement. With a round of applause, let's honor Mr. Kimati Aheto with this certification. Show some love, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Thank you. We'll take the next one. All right, for the next certificate, we have a certificate awarded to Mr. Douglas Sono for presenting the paper titled Urban Agriculture Can Enhance Africa Food Security and SDGs under the Shared Socioeconomic Pathways at the 7th Africa's Future Beyond Aid International Conference held on June 5th, 2026, under the theme China-Africa Collaboration in Global Industrialization and Technology Advancement. With a round of applause and showing much love to Douglas, let's present him with this certification. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy, honestly. It's not. It's really not easy to research and put things together to call a paper. It's amazing. It's just amazing. Thank you very much for your wonderful participation. We shall take the next one, loading up. All right. So for the next one, this certificate is also from the National Union of Ghana Students China NUGS. It's a certificate awarded to Ramona Atakra for presenting on the paper titled Impact of Bureaucratic Corruption on Micro, Small, and Medium-Sized Businesses in Ghana at the 7th Africa's Future Beyond Aid International Conference held on June 5th, 2026, under the theme China-Africa Collaboration in Global Industrialization and Technology Advancements. With a round of applause and showing much love, let's award Ramona Atakra this certification for her wonderful presentation and the wonderful write-up in her paper. Thank you so much for this. We pray to God that all your corrections go the way you want, and may He help you, all the presenters, with your endeavors. That is wonderful, and thank you very much. I think she's the last presenter for today, so this will be it for the presentation of certificates for the presenters. There will be some announcements, and these announcements will be given by Honorable Janet Kobina, the NUGS-China Secretary General. And with a round of applause, let's give her 3 minutes to give us the announcements that are available. Do we have you in the house, Honorable Janet Kobina? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Show some love. Are you with us, Honorable Janet Kobina of NUGS, the General Secretary of NUGS-China, Honorable Janet Kobina? Please, could you give us the announcement for today? Ladies and gentlemen of the house, if you are in contact with Honorable Janet Kwabena, please reach out. And we're calling upon Honorable Janet Kwabena, the NUGS-China Secretary General, to give us the announcements for today. Please, are you with us?
Yeah, we can
Yes,
hear
loud
you.
and clear. The floor is
Okay,
yours. 3
thank you
minutes
so
for
much. Thank you so
announcement.
much. It's been a wonderful evening.
You're welcome.
Yes, it's been a wonderful evening, and we've all enjoyed presentations from both our student presenters and also our guest speakers. And so we have a short announcement for us this evening. The major announcement is that this program continues tomorrow. There will be presenters as well and a climax of the Academic Excellence Award. We expect you all to be there. I expect you to be there. I expect to see everyone there. Let's come there and give applauses to our fellow students who have achieved a lot as they were serving as students and as student leaders. It's been a wonderful night, and I would want to wish you all well. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. That was Honorable Janet Kobina, the NUGS-China Secretary. It's been a wonderful and a long evening, but very much productive. And with that said, we started with God and we can end without Him. So, ladies and gentlemen, shall we call upon Honorable Charity, the NUGS-China Wukong, to give us the closing prayer? You have 3 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Moderator.
You're welcome.
Everyone, shall we be in a mood of prayer? Asidani na ye odi Jesus, me bom tanti maba kasiane wu. Onyamina waye doso. Wadom tina ye nina. Asida nina ye odi. Jesus. Ye bekana waye trauma. Jesus. Ye babo modi me urada da. Bom tanti mabakasianu. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We praise your name. We adore you. We thank you for this gathering. We thank you for NUGS-China. We thank you for being able to let us host this program. It hasn't been easy. We thank you for the sponsors. We thank you for all those that you have brought in place to support this program. Heavenly Father, we are grateful for your love and care for NUGS-China. We continue to commit NUGS-China into your care. Continue to unite us. Bless each one of us. Bless everybody in NUGS-China. Bless our daily activities, our academic work, our business, anything that everybody is doing as a news member. We bless your name and we continue to ask for your guidance and protections over our life. We thank you, and as we are in China, all that we are studying, all that we are doing, we shall able to learn well and go back to Ghana to build our mother Ghana. Continue to bless NUGS-China and the programs that we are yet to host. Tomorrow we still have the day to continue. We invite you in our presence. Father Lord, continue to be with us in all that we do. We praise your name and we adore you. And as we shall be living here, bless and guide each one of us over the night. We thank you and we lift your name high. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you very much for that wonderful prayer. God bless you too. And on that note, we would like to thank all our sponsors for sponsoring this wonderful occasion. We thank the NUGS-China for putting together this wonderful, prestigious conference as well. We also want to thank all of you that came today to listen. I want to thank the presenters, the panelists. They did a wonderful job reviewing all these papers. It's really not easy. Thank you all for coming. Thanks to the organizers as well, because we have a lot of people putting in so much to make sure this works. Thank you very much. Bless you all. We'll see you guys tomorrow as we continue with the presentations, certifications, and everything. I am not your one and only MC, but your MC for the day, your moderator for the day, King Zell, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Bye.